One, and we're up.
Good morning. This regular meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. All please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Good morning. This regular school board meeting will be conducted with school board members and staff participating via electronic communication. The meeting is also being streamed online for the public. Due to Broward County Administrator's Emergency Order 20-01, public comments will be accepted on all agenda items in the following manner. Any person may present live comments by attending the KC Wright Administration Building's boardroom at 600 Southeast 3rd Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, Florida 33301. In accordance with the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention guidelines, each person will be required to wear a face covering for their nose and mouth. Individuals are responsible for providing their own masks and to remain at least 6 feet from the other attendees upon arrival as they enter the KCW building and until his or her departure. Any person who submitted written comments regarding noticed agenda items to Naomi Gutierrez, Supervisor for Official School Board Records at 600 Southeast 3rd Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, Florida 33301, or by email to publiccomment@browardschools.com, no later than 2 hours in advance of the published time of the regular school board meeting. Anonymous comments were not accepted, therefore each written comment must have included the person's name and address. Pursuant to School Board Policy 1100A, in the event that a large group of individuals, meaning more than 20, have signed up to speak on one agenda item, the board chair has the authority to adjust the time limit for each speaker and/or limit the overall time the speakers will be heard on that item. The chair has limited the overall time for speakers on this agenda to 30 minutes. Before we begin today's meeting, I would like for my colleagues who are participating in today's meeting to announce their participation. As I call each of my colleagues' names, please respond by saying present. Ms. Aladef.
Present.
Thank you. Ms. Brinkworth.
Present.
Ms. Bartleman.
Present.
Ms. Good.
Yes, present.
Ms. Levinson.
Here.
Ms. Murray. Ms. Murray with us. We will come back and announce when Ms. Murray has joined us. I have Dr. Osgood.
Here.
And Ms. Freeburg.
Here, thank you.
Thank you. This morning, Ms. Brinkworth has requested a moment of silence for a student from Stranahan High School, as well as a student from Northeast High. Ms. Brinkworth, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This morning, I'm asking for moments of silence for two students. Jakari Fai will be remembered as fun-loving, extremely bright, well-mannered with an infectious smile. He was an 11th grade student athlete at Stranahan High School who excelled both academically as well as on the basketball court. Despite the medical challenges he was fighting, he remained positive, encouraging, and uplifting to all around him. He was a bright light, and the Dragon family will miss him deeply. I ask for a moment of silence in his honor and for you to keep his family, friends, and the entire Dragon community in your thoughts and prayers. Thank you. Also, the Northeast High family lost Giovanni Rabeo, an 11th grader who passed away tragically on September 9th. Giovanni was charismatic and was known for always helping out the underdog. He always had a bright smile on his face and was always making people laugh. He will be greatly missed on the Northeast campus, and I ask for a moment of silence in his honor and for you to keep his family, friends, and the entire Hurricane community in your thoughts and prayers this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brinkworth. As we prepare to begin our regular school board meeting, we are reminded that our vision is to educate today's students to succeed in tomorrow's world. Our purpose today and every day is to achieve this goal. So our minutes for approval today are June 2nd, 2020 school board operational meeting, our June 23rd, 2020 special school board meeting, and September 1st, 2020 special expulsions. May I please have a motion?
So moved, Rupert.
Second,
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Aladeff. Is there any discussion on the minutes? Hearing none, all in favor of approving the minutes as listed, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The minutes are now approved. Mr. Runcie, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have a few changes to the agenda. Item G3, personnel recommendations for non-instructional appointments and leaves for the 2020-2021 school year is revised. EE5, recommendation for first renewal and reduction of spending authority for concrete cutting and core drilling services has been withdrawn. EE10, recommendation to approve First Amendment and additional spending authority for fiscal year 2020 elementary literacy support program has been added. EE11, recommendation to approve agreement for dual enrollment articulation, Arizona State University, that's an added item. EE12, recommendation to approve agreement for iReady curriculum software, that's an added item. LL1, concession agreement with the City of Coral Springs for food and beverage service at the Sportsplex. That item has been added for a memo to vote down. And finally, LL2, concession agreement with the City of Coral Springs for food and beverage services at the Sportsplex has been withdrawn. Madam Chair, we have no further proposed changes to the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Runcie. The changes to the agenda proposed by the superintendent are accepted by the chair after being determined that good cause has been established for said changes. May the chair please have a motion and a second to close the agenda.
So moved, Brinkworth.
Second, Rupert.
second, Ms. Good.
Moved by Ms. Brinkworth, second by Ms. Good. All in favor of closing the agenda, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. So the school board will now consider the agenda items in the following order. The school board will first identify any consent items. Those are our single letter items that are on the agenda that will be pulled for separate discussion. All of the remaining consent items that were not pulled for separate discussion will then be approved by consent. The school board will next consider G3, followed by any G items that were pulled from the agenda for discussion. After G items are considered, the school board will proceed in accordance with the agenda's lettering system. The school board will consider any consent items, our single letter items, that were pulled for discussion for a given letter, and then consider any open items. Those are our double letter items for the same letter. The meeting agenda has been modified to correspond with this order. So our next item of business is our consent agenda. This is the time that board members advise the chair of those items they wish to address. Subsequent to this, the chair will ask staff if any members of the public submitted written comments for an item which has not already been pulled by a board member. All those items not pulled for separate consideration will then be approved under the consent agenda. For the following consent items, are there any board members that would like to discuss? G3 is pulled automatically, so we will speak to that. Any other G items? Okay.
I'm sorry. Madam Chair, G2.
G2 for Ms. Rupert. Any other G items from board members? E items. Yes, Ms. Rupert.
May I have E1, please?
E1. Okay.
E6 and E9, Alhada.
Bartleman, E7, E4, and E8.
This is Ms. Brinkworth, E2 and E9, please.
Dr. Osgood, E1.
Any others? Okay, so our next will be our F items. How about I1?
Oh, yes. me.
Brinkworth,
Yeah, so I1, correct? So I have Miss Brinkworth, I have Miss Rupert, and I have Miss Alhadeff all on I1. Our J items? Yes, Miss Rupert?
J1, please.
J1, okay.
I'm also J1, Miss Corn.
Miss Bartleman, okay, thank you. Any other J items? Okay, perfect. Mr. Moquin, did we receive any public comments for items that have not already been requested for discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair, there is a public speaker at KCW that would like to speak to G4.
Thank you very much. So G4 has been pulled. At this time, may the chair please have a motion and a second to pass the consent items that have not been pulled for discussion.
so moved. Brinkworth,
So moved, second, Rupert.
Moved by Ms. Brinkworth and second by Ms. Rupert. All in favor of approving the consent agenda, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. So at this time, I will ask my colleagues to please identify the open items that they will be asking questions of. This will allow staff to better manage their time by letting us know which open items they intend to address. CC1,
Yes, Madam Chair, Ms. Good.
okay, thank you. EE items. Yes, Ms. Alhadeff?
EE1.
Yep. And Ms. Rupert? Sorry, one more time.
I'm sorry, EE1, please.
EE1. Okay, perfect.
Madam Chair, this is Ms. Brinkworth. I have EE10 and EE12, please.
10 and 12, thank you. And I see Miss Murray, you are on with us. I just wanted to acknowledge you. When I went through the roll call, I didn't hear your voice, so I just wanted to make sure I acknowledged
I was having a little technical difficulty.
you. No worries, we're happy you're with us. Other EE items?
Yes, Ms. Corn, Ms. Levinson, I have EE10 and EE12, please.
Okay,
And EE11, sorry.
thank you. Okay, thank you. JJ items? Miss Rupert,
JJ3, please.
okay?
Oh, yeah, I'm still on, sorry.
Yep, you are.
Yeah.
Other JJ items?
Hello?
Yes, Miss Murray?
No.
No, okay. LL items,
Yes, Madam Chair, I have LL2.
okay? Thank
Ms.
you.
Good.
LL2 was withdrawn,
Oh,
Madam Chair.
that's right. Sorry.
Oops, I missed it. Thank you.
Yeah,
Writing
and I
that
don't have that
down.
on my final here that I'm following, so I apologize for not pointing that out. Okay, perfect, thank you.
Madam Chair, and if I can just clarify, LL1 is the postponed item, and there's a memo to vote it down. So we're asking the board to vote that item down.
Yes, so we will make sure that we take a separate vote on that one. Okay. So that takes us through all the items. Are there any items that I missed from my colleagues? Thank you. As we begin taking items for the regular school board meeting, staff will read the comments for applicable items. May the chair please have a motion and a second to consider G3.
So moved, Ms. Good.
Second, Brinkworth.
Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Brinkworth. Is there any audience input on G3, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on item G3.
Thank you very much. To my colleagues, are there any comments on G3? I do not see any hands up. So with that, all in favor of G3, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. So G3 passes unanimously. And this is our opportunity to recognize our new staff appointments. Ms. Bartleman, do you have a list of names?
Yes, I do, Ms.
If
Corn.
you could take the top two, please.
Yes, I would like to congratulate Tracy Ann Bertrand. She's our temporary SMAB administrator. Congratulations, Tracy. And David Mammal. He's area supervisor I for maintenance. Congratulations.
Wonderful, thank you. And our new Safety Specialist 1, Andrew Mangan, as well as our new Budget Analyst 5, Patricia Zaracita. Congratulations and welcome. Ms. Murray, do you have your list?
Yes, I do.
Perfect.
Yes, I'd like to welcome our new Assistant Principal at Lanier James Educational Center, John Hudson Jr.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. I apologize that Mr. Chisholm isn't here to take your pictures and give you a standing ovation, as he is always very excited to welcome each of you with this G3 item passing. But with that, congratulations to each of you. We're very happy to have you join us in your new positions. With that, we will now hear our committee reports. Committee reports may have up to 5 minutes each. Mr. Moquin, if you could please indicate or move us through our committee reports with Dr. Neesmith.
Yeah, Dr. Neesmith will take us through them.
Perfect, thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Our first committee report comes from Mr. Carlton Krall, who is the chair of the Small Business Advisory Committee.
You probably have to unmute yourself.
Mr. Krall.
Thank you. Good morning, Superintendent Runcie, Chair Corn, school board members, and staff. My name is Carlton Krall, and I chair the Small Business Advisory Committee, managed by the Economic Development and Diversity Compliance Department. Administratively, EDDC reminded us of our September 17th deadline to complete our district requirements to serve on SBAC this fiscal year. We're also reviewing our current bylaws in preparation to update them in accordance with forthcoming revisions to Policy 1.7. We're very pleased with the continued progress of the B2G Now project that would automate contract compliance in EDDC. We learned that the data migration occurred on August 21st, and a system training for suppliers took place with nearly 100 prime suppliers. We're looking forward to full service implementation by December 2020 because we anticipate a direct impact on the cost for the forthcoming disparity study update. In tandem with B2G, the department completed its Ariba data integrity process on August 31st. This will enable the migration of certification data into B2G. In follow-up to previous concerns SBAC discussed regarding roofing, EDDC is working with facilities to conduct a roof mock-up design workshop to address technical issues. Our committee met this week, the week prior to annual meeting with Superintendent Runcie. However, on August 31st, Vice Chair Dr. Reggie Lewis and myself met with Mr. Runcie, Mr. Woods, along with Mr. Ballou and Freeman from EDDC. We discussed a number of things, including interdepartment communication to identify gaps and opportunities to increase diversity spend. We also discussed the upcoming launch of the Amazon Local Business Initiative, which will increase spend with certified suppliers as purchases are made through the district Amazon account. I want to thank Mr. Runcie for his vision for BCPCS to become an award-winning culture of diversity and inclusion. To that end, and last but not least, SBAC members will be participating as non-voting members of the goal-setting committee. We feel that having input in the goal-setting process is an important part of our role to advance the missions of EDDC, which is to spur economic development and support small and minority and women-owned businesses to successfully expand in the marketplace. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Krall, thank you. Our next report comes from Dr. Nathalie Lynch-Walsh, who's the chair of the Facilities Task Force.
Good morning. The Facilities Task Force held its last regular meeting on Thursday, September 3rd, and discussion included the following. School reopening, the BTU Memorandum of Understanding was shared with the group. There were concerns raised about the classroom cleaning process and teachers' responsibility for cleaning. And a suggestion was shared regarding moving teachers from classroom to classroom rather than students to minimize movement in the halls and between classrooms. We also did a big three update. That would be Northeast, Stranahan, and Blanche Ely. We discussed the current status of the Blanche Ely wheelchair lift. That's been 10 years in the making. The lift should have arrived last week based on the need for county approval. The estimated completion date is around mid-October now, and we'll be following up to find out if that timeline has changed. Looking at the substantial completion report, that's the report that shows when projects are substantially completed in terms of construction. As an overall program, years 1, 2, and 3 schools have continued to slide in terms of substantial completion dates. The only improvement has been to years 4 and 5 schools. We'll be looking for an action plan from OCP and the new program manager for improving the substantial completion dates at the big 3 schools and most critical schools in general. We looked at Deerfield Beach High School. The bid came in at over $1 million below the project budget, so we'll continue to monitor that and phase 2 for Deerfield Beach High School. We looked at Bear Middle School and the EDDC 5 pilot projects. EDDC explained the pilot project and why Bear Middle School's bids were rejected. We also discussed the DEFP and reserves by looking at the August 31st, 2020 running construction budget, which showed Atkins' total projected project budget at $536.9 million in excess of the 2017 DEFP, which is the last DEFP before the board started approving budget increases. While there's a belief that some project contingencies would be returned to reserves, the current difference between what is reserved and what should be reserved appears to be about $53 million. And we'll be continuing to reconcile that as we move forward. We looked at the SMART website status, which should be launching the end of September, beginning of October, according to Garth Communications. FTF as a whole would prefer seeing communications dollars spent on informing taxpayers rather than supplementing functions staff should be doing. So the website would be a good way to spend money. Continued review of the onboarding of AECOM and transitioning out hearing. We're still working off the proposed mobilization plan from June. We're still awaiting an overall staffing plan, and it's not clear how long CBRE HERE transition period will be. We requested a checklist of activities and deliverables the district is requesting from CBRE HERE prior to termination. The cost and program controls manager solicitation was forwarded and came back from RSM for review. We continue to discuss capital program providing reports to FTF so that we can tell at a glance what's going on at a program level. We also discussed the district's effort to procure an asset management company and also to immediately inspect schools that have had roofs on for the past year and a half. Looking forward to October 1st, due to the addition of new members, a new program manager, and lack of familiarity on the part of some staff members, we're going to spend some time reviewing why the facilities task force exists and look at policy, bylaws, the rationale for reviving the group in 1998, and other related issues. Requests were made to have eBuilder, ISS, and Maximo demonstrated. Along with P6, it would be most useful to see how the district uses all of its information management systems to manage Big 3 projects. We'll be discussing the outcome of the audit committee's review of RSM roofing analysis. Yesterday, the audit committee got through 3 of 9 observations, and we'll be having another special meeting to continue the discussion. We'll also be discussing our goals and objectives for the year. An example would be making sure the district and the PMOR comply with the contract and scope of services. The scope of services was rewritten to provide specificity that the 2015 one lacked to the point of being unable to hold HERE accountable, and performance-based fees were also added to that point. A task force member raised the issue of keeping the 6-month HERE extension and using the remainder of the 6-month period to ensure that everybody had what they needed. So we're going to be submitting that as a question to OCP, and we hope no board action would take place before that. Task force members have expressed a concern about in-person quorum. So the board has the option to enact policy 1001 4A, emergency rules to address quorum. The district also needs to look at EO 52 and EO 69. And lastly, we look forward to welcoming the new operations supervisor, Dave Norman, at our next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lynch-Walsh. Madam Chair, the next report comes from Mr. Burton Miller, the president of the Broward County Council of PTA-PTSA.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Superintendent Runcie, board members and staff. PTA is celebrating the unification of the two PTAs, the National Congress of Parents and Teachers and the National Congress of Colored Parents and Teachers. The National PTA was formed in 1897 by elite white women in Washington, D.C. It was led by volunteers, some of whom were former teachers. It was mainly a women's organization, although fathers were encouraged to participate. Fundraising was downplayed by leaders as the 20th century progressed. It emphasized support of local public schools without interfering with education professions. The National Congress of Black Parents and Teachers was formed in 1926 by Selena Sloan Butler from Atlanta and led by professional teachers. Men participated in larger numbers mainly because they were also teachers and school leaders. Fundraising was a staple of all Black PTA programs to get needed materials in schools. They emphasized school and community building as well as racial uplift. After the Brown decision in May 17, 1954, the National PTA leadership in Chicago released a statement that encouraged all local units to study and pursue effective means in working toward integrated education for all children. Border state PTAs integrated first, albeit slowly, while others refused until the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. At the time of 1970 unification ceremonies, 7 southern states had still not merged: Alabama, Arkansas, Georgia, Louisiana, Mississippi, South Carolina, and Texas. Black PTA leaders and members were set adrift. Few landed leadership positions in the local, state, national levels of organization. Little of the history and documentation of the Black PTA was saved for posterity. Today, we are one PTA and celebrate the diversity of both our leadership and membership. Our second newsletter was sent out to all of our units with information of the new school year and guidance for PTAs and starting off the year. Every month, we will be showcasing one PTA on the great things that they are doing at their school. And this month, we were able to showcase Lions Creek Middle School PTSA. This month is PTA Membership Month, and our Spotlight Local unit is a great example of how PTA flexible approach can really pay off by growing, engaging, and connecting with their membership. They combined their membership drive with Schools Distribution Day, the week before school started. In the 4 hours they were at the school, they earned over $1,300 in sales of membership shirts and string bags. They signed up 25 new members, which brings their August membership drive up to 74 total members. They were able to completely eliminate paper and used iPads and laptops to directly sell through MemberHub. We will be holding our annual Broward County Council PTA-PTSA Leadership Conference virtually starting on September 26th and running through October 3rd. We will have 30 informative training classes. We will be offering a class called Principal in PTA, which is a very informative class for all of our principals. Our guest speakers for the general meeting on September 26th will be the National PTA President, Leslie Boggs. Our classes will be taught by local leaders, along with National PTA President-elect Anna King, and our Florida PTA President, Jen Martinez, and many other members of the state and national PTA. We continue our advocacy efforts, encouraging Congress to provide more resources immediately for schools when we are aware of the $5.4 billion loss in revenue to the state since March may affect state funding for our schools adversely. We have had some concerns from parents regarding return to school, and we know that this board will keep in mind when making the decision to return to school that we have families that have parents and grandparents at home with underlying medical conditions. These families should be the last to go back to school when that time does come. Thank you.
Mr. Miller, thank you. Our next committee report comes from Beth Ann Carr from the Technology Advisory Committee. I don't believe Ms. Carr is on. I'll give a quick second to confirm that. Okay, so I will go ahead and read her committee report into the record. We met Monday afternoon virtually. I would like to add that we found out that some members of the committee who are volunteers will not be able to join in person due to being in an at-risk group due to COVID-19. Anything that can be done by the board to reduce the quorum in this health emergency situation would be appreciated. We understand an in-person quorum is required, but any reduction would be a benefit. Upgrade. The Student Education Plan Accommodation, SEPA, app in Canvas was demonstrated. This app has been upgraded to populate required guidelines for ELL, 504 plans, and gifted strategies in addition to the existing ESC accommodations when teachers create assignments, discussions, or quizzes. A notes feature allows teachers to easily document how they accommodated a student. SIS, the Student Information System, which is how data is reported to the state, is in process of a required update. The current SIS is more than 25 years old and is programmed in COBOL, which is not a modern language. Business requirements are being collected and an RFP should be forthcoming in a few weeks. Hardware. IT has delivered devices and hotspots to students and staff. The need may continue to increase if devices are shared, and some students need to bring a shared device to school for use. Now that technology is so integral to our education system, we need to be much more in tune with scalability. For example, the now heavy simultaneous usage of Teams and Canvas. Back to school. Professional development devices, hotspots, and the virtual call center were cited as bright spots through this transition by members of TAC. Virtual filling forms for all ages for registration, including kindergarten, have been helpful. There was an uneven communication about the pause in the virtual call center. Some schools informed parents, but others did not communicate this clearly, so some parents were frustrated that they did not receive a response. In the meeting, we discussed that students are considered in attendance if they show an online presence through Teams or Canvas or some other way. Students wanting to blur their backgrounds can do so by using the desktop version of Teams instead of the web version. And that is the committee report from the TAC on behalf of Beth Ann Carr. Our next committee report comes from Ms. Leah Baker, who was newly appointed as chair of the Gifted Advisory Committee. And I believe Ms. Baker should be on. She is. Ms. Baker, if you can unmute, please. Ms. Baker?
Dr. Neesmith, why don't you go to the next,
Yeah, we can come back.
the next committee report, and we can come back to her, and if she's not on, then we can read it into the record.
All right, sounds great. Our next committee report will come from Ms. Debbie Espinoza, who's the chair of the District Advisory Committee.
Good morning, school board members and Superintendent Runcie. On September 9, 2020, District Advisory Council held our monthly meeting virtually. The 26 attending members satisfied the quorum requirements. Nordia Sappleton, Assistant Director of School Climate and Discipline, was our guest speaker and provided members with the changes to the Code of Student Conduct. Thanks to Ms. Sappleton and her team, there is now a link on their district page informing parents and guardians of the appeal process when a student is suspended. They have also provided numerous links to numerous resources, including parenting skills, establishing a learning space in the home, as well as links to the resources for those who have suffered a loss due to the pandemic. At our DAC meeting, the following motion was passed unanimously. Excuse me. Whereas a strategic goal is effective communication. Whereas one of the campaigns is to refresh, redesign, and reduce risk, with one of its focuses being operational and process improvement, with a focus on facilitating a culture of continuous improvement by performing periodic reviews and improvements of processes at all district and school levels for optimizing operational efficiencies, reducing waste, and saving costs. We move that all forms required to be completed and returned to either the district or school be PDF fillable, available in a public format, and include where the form is to be returned, either by hand delivery, mail, or email. And that motion passed unanimously. Parents also received a survey regarding bus transportation for our return. This is a concern that parents cannot commit to an abstract idea, not knowing what a return to brick and mortar would look like. Is their response a commitment for the remainder of the year? There are numerous questions and no way to ask them. There was no phone number provided. There was no contact information, no contact person. Many members stated they chose yes to reserve a seat or did not complete the survey. Parents received notifications strongly encouraging students to change their passwords as a security precaution. We are grateful. Once the issue was raised with the appropriate staff, the district took this seriously and addressed this situation in a timely manner. On 9/11/19, DAC brought a motion to the school board regarding dual enrollment, and as of today, we have not received any information, clarification, or progress regarding the issue, despite being told that there would be a 20-day time frame for our motions. We move that the district form a committee to do an in-depth analysis of prior year participation in the dual enrollment program for purposes of determining if the reduction or elimination of non-primary participation would make room in the budget for more primary participation and therefore eliminate the need for indiscriminate limits on the number of courses which students may take. Non-primary here means dual enrollment classes which are not meaningfully related to a student's field of study and or dual enrollment classes for subjects which are offered as AP, ACE, or IB at the student's high school. This committee shall include a representative from the District Advisory Council and the Gifted Advisory Council. As health and safety concerns that's the end of that motion. As health and safety concerns continue to exist within group settings, advisory members have great concern with returning to in-person meetings. Our potential exposure to COVID-19 will increase as students return to brick and mortar and restrictions are lifted in our community. If quorum is met, we would continue to meet and conduct business in a virtual manner for the next 90 days. When asked when returning to in-person meetings, the consensus among DAC members is to continue virtual meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Espinoza. If you could please forward those four formal motions to me so that I can record them, I would greatly appreciate that. I'll go back to our Gifted Advisory Committee Chair, newly appointed Ms. Leah Baker, for her committee report. Okay, I'll give Ms. Baker a bit more, a couple more minutes. So we now have Ms. Lisa Maxwell, who is the Executive Director of BPAA, Broward Principals and Assistant Principals Association. Ms. Maxwell, you need to unmute.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair, school board members, Mr. Superintendent, Ms. Myrick, and staff. My name is Lisa Maxwell, and I'm representing the Broward Principals and Assistants Association. I wanted to convey to the board concerns about any reopening plan. We're kind of on an Occam's razor situation with this. And what I mean is, the simplest explanation is that the state of Florida has a deadline for establishing the FTE count, which is how schools are funded. That deadline is in October. And if we do not have kids in chairs, heads to count, then the choices for the district look like not being able to operate financially, or trying to get as many students in chairs as possible. And it's an untenable dilemma at this point. And I really lay the blame for this situation in Tallahassee, on the governor, and the unwillingness seemingly of Tallahassee to work with school districts that need extensions or some sort of relief from these statutory requirements. It's just ridiculous that we find ourselves here in this position. And our hope was that any reopening, and we understand that reopening is critical. It's critical for parents, it's critical for students, it's critical for the economy. But there's a way to do it, and there's a way to do it that is more safe than not. And we were hoping for a phased approach, which would give the schools, the principals, the assistant principals, an opportunity to understand how their particular facility, their particular community was going to respond, how they were going to be returning, in what numbers, how many faculty were going to be able to come back, what faculty members had underlying health issues, and begin to sort through that process. And I just don't think that's something that needs to be rushed. And I have grave concerns that we are feeling the need to rush because of this arbitrary kind of deadline with regard to funding. And so my plea, if you will, is more to the governor and to Tallahassee to please consider, particularly for South Florida, Palm Beach, Broward, and Dade have weathered this pandemic in a much more drastic impact than other areas of the state. And we need a special consideration here. So I'm hoping that the board can carry that discussion. I'm sure you already are, to Tallahassee. I know our CFOs around the state talk, but this is just something that it's forcing a situation that I think doesn't need to be forced. And the last thing I just want to bring to the board's attention is on another completely unrelated note. There's a book being released by Doug Reese, and it's co-authored by one of our great principals and the president of our association, Dr. Washington Collado. And it's called Difficult Conversations About Race. And what BPAA is intending to do is use our annual conference this year to devote to this topic and to have Doug Reese come to Broward, and hopefully by using the Beacon Studios, we can broadcast this conversation and include many other kind of factors and people and resources from around the district as well. We look forward to having the involvement of Dr. Wanza and the superintendent. We're looking to partner with Alice and BAPSI and NAPSI as well. And so just want to let the board know we have a tentative date of October 19th, and we hope you all will also be involved. So thank you.
Ms. Maxwell, thank you very much. We have a next report from Ms. Jackie Scum, who's the chair of the ESE Advisory Council.
Good morning, everybody. Our first ESE Advisory General Meeting of the year last month featured presentations from district staff on learning tools available in the virtual environment to assist with reading and writing and their particular application in helping students with disabilities. Also, a presentation on engaging students with disabilities during remote learning. We have another meeting tomorrow night with similarly helpful presentations to support parents. Public feedback was then and continues to be now focused on remote learning and the unique challenges and in some cases inadequacies that the virtual environment poses for students with disabilities. Also, please be aware that while BCPS assisted in publicizing learning hubs where parents could take their children while they are at work, there is little availability for children with special needs. We have parents who have given up jobs and careers to try to support their children, but who are lost and desperate at how to do so and are only seeing their children struggle and regress. Finding out last night that for those who do not opt to return to campus due to their concerns about COVID, that their teachers are going to be teaching both in the classroom and online simultaneously raises questions for a considerable number of parents that they will need swift answers to. The implications of students with disabilities who require intensive interaction and individualized attention are enormous. And finding this out indirectly minus any supporting detail or preemptive information at this point, I think puts everybody on the back foot and contributes to the emotional exhaustion that everybody is trying to find their way through. The reopening committee that BCPS convened over the summer has been an important communication tool that helped those of us involved on it to keep information flowing to our stakeholder groups. We need it back. Its ESE subgroup, on which I am a member, convened earlier this month with Chief Academic Officer Dan Goll, and we drew up a list of critical information that parents and teachers need before any return to campus. Information management needs to be robust, efficient, proactive, and comprehensive, and maintaining that forum, that subgroup, and the broader reopening committee would support those goals. On a separate note, when the state governor's executive order allowing public meetings to be held virtually expires, and if it is not renewed, this will create significant challenges for some who sit on BCPS committees and advisories. While state orders are state orders, it's worth noting that the school board potentially has emergency powers to redefine for committees and advisories what constitutes a physical quorum. Allowing them to hold meetings with a reduced physical quorum present in a room, though obviously still requiring a usual quorum online in order to conduct business and take votes, is please an option worth considering, especially given that daily infection rates in Florida are still multiple times higher now than when public life shut down in March. This could well make the difference between committees and advisories being able to continue functioning to their full purpose or not. It would also be an important component of the district's efforts to mitigate risks to students and their families, teachers and school personnel, district staff, and the wider community. Particularly in the case of unpaid volunteers, the obligation to roam from one physical meeting to the next will greatly increase their own and others' potential exposure to infection. As an example, I'll tell you that I alone, and I'm one of hundreds of thousands of volunteers, attend 10 to 15 BCPS committees or advisory meetings in the course of a month, currently in the virtual realm, as do many other volunteers. Anything that can be done to drive down risk, especially as the district is now preparing to get students back on campuses, would be sensible to place into consideration. And as ever, I'd like to recognise the significant efforts and dedication of all those who are trying to make public education work for all students in difficult times. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next, I'm going to go back to our Gifted Advisory Committee, newly appointed Chair, Ms. Leah Baker.
Good morning. This is Leah Baker. Can you hear me this time?
You're good, Ms.
Baker. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Superintendent Runcie, school board staff. I'm here to read the report from our Gifted Advisory meeting from yesterday, September 14th. The Gifted Advisory has determined that public welfare is endangered and the immediate action is required to protect the public's interest. We move that the school board establish an emergency rule for a period of 90 days, allowing advisories to continue meeting virtually and conduct business with a virtual quorum established. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Madam Chair, our next two reports come live from KCW. The first report comes from Mr. Steve Barrow, who is the newly appointed chair of the Diversity Committee.
Hello, good morning. My name is Steve Barrow. I'm the chair of Diversity and Equity Committee. My vice chair is Rita Kalhar. So good morning, Mr. Runcie, board members. How are you guys doing today? The Diversity and Equity Committee is off to a good start. We went ahead and we elected a new chair and a new vice chair, which is great. We are looking to work on some of the issues that we're having with the schools as far as actually with the students as far as connectivity. We have the laptops, and we really thank you guys for the laptops that the students have. That's great. But what we wanted to do is find out if there is still an issue with connectivity and how many hotspots that the school board has given out, so we can kind of make sure that children aren't missing school because they don't have access to the internet. One of the other things that we're looking at as well is the teachers comfortable level with technology, because when a lot of them were hired, they weren't hired to be technological, advanced or anything like that. So we want to make sure that they do have the level of comfortable that they need to have for the technology. Forgive me, I'm a little bit nervous here this morning. I'm in this room by myself. Now, one of the other things that we wanted to talk about also was because some of the children didn't have the access to technology, we also find that some of them are falling behind in the work. It's either because they're not able to get to the classes on time. They're not staying on the class the full time because the technology may drop. We've seen pictures that we've all seen on Facebook and different places of kids that have to be, whether they're on the front porch or out on the sidewalk looking for a signal. So these are some of the issues that we're having. So we want to make sure that the children actually have the access that they need to the internet. Something that was actually brought up in another meeting that I wanted to touch on as well was the in-person meetings that we're thinking about going back to, or the governor's thinking about going back to. I don't really think that's going to be a good idea, because when you have in-person meetings, because of COVID-19 and some people that have issues, underlying health issues, we're going to have a low turnout. That's going to mean that we're not going to meet quorum, and we won't be able to really do anything. We won't be able to pass anything, to vote on anything if we don't have quorum, and that's going to become a real issue. So that's something I would really like for you guys to really think about when it comes down to it. If we expect to get work done and to expect to get things to move along, then we can't go back to the in-person meetings, and we can't expect that that everyone's going to come back into a room. So we really want to see if we can do a hybrid, or even just continue to do virtual as we're doing right now. Again, I want to thank all the teachers, though, that for the things that they're doing to make sure that the school board, actually the students are learning, because the thing is, the whole board and everyone had to just pivot. And I know everyone's using that word now, but we had to just pivot in the middle of a pandemic and take on roles that we weren't hired for, and things that we weren't prepared for. They did a great job. We have a lot of teachers out there that are, getting things done. They're going above and beyond, and I just wanted to, give kudos to them as well. All right. And that's about it. Thank you guys very much. I appreciate it. Sorry for me being so nervous. You guys have a good day.
And thank you, Mr. Barrow. Madam Chair, I want to backtrack. I do apologize. I want to make sure that I account for the student advisor to see if he has a report this morning for us.
Perfect, thank you. Is he online with us this morning? I'm looking through the attendees.
He is. Rocco.
Thank you for allowing me to read for committee through Google Form.
Rocco, are you with us this morning that you have an opportunity to share a report?
I think Gianna is going to share it.
Yeah, Gianna is okay.
Yes, I'm here.
Perfect. Is Gianna going to share the report on behalf of your team, or are you going to share the comments for us?
We're both going to share the report.
Okay, well, you are on.
All right. Gianna, you were going to start, right? Her Wi-Fi's been cutting out. Should I say the whole report?
Okay, and if at some point she comes back, Rocco, she can hopefully just give you an indication she's back.
All right. So this is her part of the report. Thank you for allowing us to give the report. We recruited for committees at our last Broward County Association of Student Councils meeting and have 7 interested students. And we're contacting committee chairs to confirm how many students are needed for each. And we're very excited to be able to have student voices at our committees. And also so students met last week to discuss promotional methods for the TALK, the TALK program, which is basically a button and an app on Clever where students are connected to a form where they can request mental health services. And also, I've had students ask me, how are members of the public able to connect to or comment on board amendments when they're not able to comment unless they're physically present at the KCW building. And with the workshop coming up next week, it's paramount now that we get student input. So that was the extent of our report.
Mr. Diaz, thank you very much for the student advisor's report. And last but not least, we have our committee report coming from Ms. Anna Fusco, who is the president of the Broward Teachers Union.
Perfect. Before Ms. Fusco speaks, I just wanted to respond. Rocco, just so you know, I am going to share some comments. I know Mr. Runcie is as well in terms of being able to give that feedback. So please, we will be not only sharing that with you at the meeting, but with the entire public. So hopefully you can help us spread the word. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your input.
Ms. Fusco's downtown, Dr. Neesmith, yes? Perfect.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Korn and Superintendent Runcie and all the board. Thank the board members that actually got back to me on the situation that happened yesterday. After 1 o'clock, I heard Chief Moquin sent an email to you all, which got into the hands of Scott Travis. I was able to get a piece of it. One piece I would like to just talk about: staff-initiated discussions with the Broward Teachers Union regarding the transition. There has been a request from BTU for teachers to be provided time prior to the return of students to the campus in order to prepare the classrooms accordingly. It is our intent to recommend the district accommodate this request by modifying the school calendar to provide 2 early release days the week before the district intends to have students return to the campus. Ultimately, teachers will return to the physical campus the week before students return and continue to provide e-learning from their physical campus. Pieces of that happened, but the way it was presented to you, Mr. Moquin was not in our 5-hour meeting yesterday, nor has he been in multiple that we have daily meetings, hours upon hours of discussing what will it look like when we do return face-to-face. We have not gotten any clear answers. We have gotten exactly what we have had is just discussions. I find it irresponsible, unprofessional, reckless, and downright rude to the professionals that are in the Broward County Public Schools, which are all of the educators and support staff that were told yesterday, called upon emergency staff meetings yesterday afternoon, early evening, and early this morning, basically matter of fact, return to work or take a leave. I find it extremely disheartening that we are working collaboratively with conversations to work out what it is needed, what it is going to look like when we do return back to brick and mortar, when it will be face-to-face instruction. We know our governor has turned our county into phase 2. I don't know how accurate the cases are. I don't know if people are still taking the tests, but I do know that forcing upon putting it out to people, this or this, shows no value. You guys claim all the time that there is value. The school board members that I did talk to last night and this morning said that they were unaware that this survey would be put out there, that they were not part of the conversation. So I'm going to ask again, do you guys are in acceptance of always being in the aftermath, the after conversation, because that's what you all need to tell me that this is what happens. We are talking about not only our educators, we're talking about our students and family members of our educators. We're talking about multiple people, hundreds of thousands of people, whether we go half capacity, piece capacity. There is no clear understanding of what it's going to be going back into brick and mortar. And to put out something like this to our educators and cause distress, cause mayhem, to cause just complete unknown is reckless. I blame you, the board members. You are the elected officials that sign off on everything that happens in our Broward County Public Schools. I just heard committee people say they're pleading to have committee meet virtual. You guys are meeting virtual, but yet our teachers get a conversation, and yet the survey has not been put into people's hands yet. I do not know exactly what's in it. We are never going to tell people not to take a survey, but we are having conversations to please do not react to the survey yet until we can have a clear understanding of what exactly is expected of the educator, the employee, and especially everybody in the Broward Teachers Union bargaining units. We only want to have the understanding of what is expected to go into. What are the schools going to look like? How is the social distancing happening? What markings are happening? What cleaning products are there? What PPE is there? There's every type of scenario we have brought forward in our meetings and our conversations. There is nothing we have not mentioned, nothing we have not asked, nothing that we are wanting the need to know. We have gone under every cover. We've gone into every corner. We've unfolded everything. We've asked every possible way, and we haven't had a total understanding of what teachers and educators and all support staff should know what they're expected to go back into work to. Everybody knows the need to get back into face-to-face is happening. It's going to happen. Palm Beach, Broward Day, the last 3 to go back. We do know Palm Beach is expected to go back next week, possibly Dade in 2 weeks. Broward is expected in October. So we just feel that professional decency, understanding of what we're going back into needs to happen. Better conversations. Last minuteness needs to stop because lives are at stake here. Thank you.
Madam Chair, that should be the conclusion of our committee reports for today's meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. And to all of those who have brought forward their committee reports in person, online, as well as their written reports. With that, I would like to give an opportunity for Ms. Good, just for a moment of privilege, to recognize Hispanic Heritage Month. Ms. Good.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. I know that regrettably we can't have the many students that we normally have filling in our board room with all the various flags from all the countries. I just, again, in recognition of Hispanic Heritage Month, I want to recognize the board and the superintendent and our teachers and staff for the great job that they do in taking the time to recognize Hispanic heritage within our schools. And I think it's, again, we do a lot within this endeavor. 40% of our students are Hispanic. Many of our students take a second language. I think Spanish is the most popular. So again, kudos to this entire board. I may be the only Hispanic member on this board, but I know that we all take great pride in helping all students and definitely in recognizing Hispanic heritage. So to my Cuban pride, oh yeah. Gracias a todos. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Good. So with that, as we do celebrate with them, let's move on now. Mr. Runcie did indicate that he would like to share a superintendent's report this morning. So we're going to go ahead and provide Mr. Runcie that opportunity. I am going to preface that I know there's a great deal of conversation that we anticipate around many of the topics he'll be covering today. We are going to be having the September 22nd meeting. So, please be aware this is just for him to give us a brief update, and we will have the additional conversation at next Tuesday's meeting. So, Mr. Runcie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, school board members and our Broward County Public Schools community. The COVID-19 positivity rate in Broward County has been trending downward. That's a good thing. On Sunday, it was 2.6%. This is positive news, and it was mirrored last Friday by Governor Ron DeSantis when he acknowledged that Broward County was ready to move to phase 2. Broward County Schools was the first school district to close in March. At that time, we closed our school campuses using a science-based approach where we identified 4 gating criteria: disease progression, ability to manage the spread, health system capacity, and adequacy of district safeguards. We looked at all of those things to be held in effect for 14 days in order for us to remain open. At that time, I stated that the safety and security of our students, teachers, and staff was our #1 priority. That statement is and will always remain true. The gating criteria is trending down to a level where we feel it is becoming safe to reopen our schools. When we do, we will continue to follow the scientific and medical guidelines for physical distancing, for wearing masks, and for washing hands. Essentially the same science criteria that we use to close, that is what we will use to open our schools. The state requires public schools to open. And at the same time, we recognize that there is a population who wants to come back into our schools. And those families should have that option. It is our job to have staff in place so that those students who need and want to come back are able to come back to learn. So we are working on plans so our students and teachers can return to our schools in as safe a way as possible. We have heard from parents that our current e-learning model is light years ahead of when we first introduced it in March. Now our parents are telling us that their children are engaged in e-learning. They're seeing their teachers online for hours each day, and they're excited to learn. Our teachers have done an extraordinary job over the summer preparing for e-learning, and the enthusiastic reviews we hear are because of their all-in attitude, their success at mastering e-learning instruction, and their dedication to our students. Just as schools are essential, so are our teachers. In addition to providing instruction, they provide appropriate supervision to students within our classrooms. It is clear that in order to open our schools, we must have teachers to educate and to provide supervision. This morning, our teachers and staff received updated information about reopening, including a copy of the existing final reopening plan and the policy for wearing masks. I encourage all teachers and staff to read the reopening plan and policy, as it will answer many of the questions that you have. In addition, we will survey our teachers starting tomorrow about returning to the physical campus. Teacher input is imperative at this time for us to be able to plan for staffing in order to assure that Broward students will have educators. I encourage all teachers to fill out the survey and provide your information. The district also recognizes that not all employees will be able to return to their work sites, and that requests for accommodations or appropriate leaves will be considered. So the next phase of our science-based approach to reopening schools, which we are calling e-learning phase 2, will be to continue e-learning for all students when our schools open. We will continue to provide the option for those who wish to return and receive e-learning, as well as those who are receiving e-learning at home and want to come back face-to-face. We will make sure that all of those options are available. E-learning connected to your local school, as well as face-to-face e-learning in our schools 5 days a week. A survey will be sent out to parents after the school board workshop on September 22nd and after further direction from this school board. The survey will ask parents and guardians to select which learning model they prefer for their children. For those students who return to our classrooms, we will institute safety precautions, including that students on campus will wear masks, that they will continue to turn in homework electronically, and that there will be no science labs conducted in classrooms until it is determined to be safe to do so. The district is taking extraordinary precautions to make our schools as safe as possible and to prevent the spread of COVID-19. But the reality is that as hard as we try and as many precautions as we put in place, we will not be able to guarantee a COVID-19 free school or classroom. However, here are highlights of the precautions with more detailed physical safeguards to be included in the final plan. At our schools, daily cleaning and disinfection protocols will be followed to stop or slow the spread of the virus. Physical distancing, signage, and health and safety messages will be placed throughout schools and at other district buildings. We will require everyone in our schools to practice preventative behaviors, including physical distancing, wearing masks, and hand hygiene. On September 22nd, we will present the Phase 2 reopening plan to this school board for review and approval. The plan will provide models for learning in school and for learning at home. It will answer questions for parents and students, and once approved, it will be placed on our website for all to review and access. We plan to recommend to the school board that we open our schools starting Monday, October 5th. Finally, I want to thank our Broward community. It is because of your diligence in wearing masks and practicing physical distancing that we have been able to lower the rate of COVID-19 spread and are now finally able to be planning to open our schools once again. I'm also grateful for our district's dedicated and hardworking staff who have devoted an extraordinary amount of time to prepare for and put on 8 lengthy school board meetings over the summer that were open to the public. And that's in addition to the upcoming meeting on September 22nd. They continue to spend long hours on planning, looking at each consideration from all angles to ensure that our phase 2 reopening will be a success for our students, our families, our teachers, and our staff. Thank you, Madam Chair. That concludes my comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Runcie. And again, to the public, we will be having additional conversations at our September 22nd workshop, and we will have an opportunity to be able to receive all of the comments from the public, which will be shared with board members through our portal that is at Broward, www.browardschools.online. That portal is already open so that comments can be shared. Comments have already been shared today. I will give some additional details about that when we go to our public comment. With that, we will now begin the business of the board today. May the chair please have a motion and a second on item G2.
So moved, Rupert.
Second, Alda.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Alhadeff. Is there public comment on G2, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we received no public comment on item G2.
Thank you very much. To my colleagues, is there any discussion on G2? Seeing no hands up.
Me, sorry. No. I'm sorry. I couldn't get there. I pulled it, Rupert.
Oh, yes, you did. I'm so sorry. I didn't see a hand up. I thought you might have had your question answered. So yes, Ms. Rupert.
I'm sorry. Now I'm just trying to find it on my pad here. Okay. It was just a personal wish for one of my friends, Peggy Lesh, who is a behavior specialist at Cross Creek, and she's done a tremendous amount of great work with that school in our community. She's retiring. I wish her well on that, and she will be missed by the Cross Creek family. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. All those in favor of G2, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. G2 passes unanimously. Thank you. May I please have a motion and a second on G4?
So moved, Ms. Murray.
Second, Rupert.
Moved by Ms. Murray, second by Ms. Rupert. Mr. Moquin, I believe we have public comment. That is who pulled the item.
That is correct. There is a public speaker at KCW to speak to the item.
Thank you.
Oh, good morning to the board and to Mr. Runcie. I would like to say good morning again. My name is Charleston Brown, and I'm here today to ask that my name is removed from today's G4 item for termination until the EEO department has completed their investigation. I shared an email with the board on September 1st explaining why I feel my recommendation for removal by my manager in the DSOC department was in retaliation to my questions on whether COVID-19 protocols were being followed in the department. I also raised concerns about being treated fair and equally. Prior to voicing my concerns in our department, prior to voicing my concerns, I received several accolades and praises from my manager. I'm nervous. Prior to voicing my concerns by to my manager, I would also get, praises. I was the lead in special projects. We found out about a positive case in our department on social media, and once concerns were raised, I began to be treated differently. I sent an email to my manager and the executive director explaining my concerns for COVID exposure was due to my 2 battles with cancer. I requested information on the criteria to work from home because another specialist was currently in the work from home status. At that time, my manager began to ignore my emails, and days later finally advised me that work from home was not an option. I have provided the EEO department with email threads and messages to validate my claims. I have an extensive background in physical security, but my love for children and protecting them is what brought me to the school district. I was excited about this opportunity to be a part of a department that would aid in the protection of Broward County School students and the staff. I stand before you today a victim of retaliation and discrimination because I raised concerns about COVID-19 protocols and equal treatment. I thought it was my right to be concerned about my health and to ask for fair treatment. It seems I was wrong because on September 1st, when I showed up for work, I was greeted and then read a paper stating I was being dismissed effective immediately. To add insult to injury, during this pandemic, I did not receive my last paycheck for the time that I worked leading up to September 1st, making August 28th the last day I received the paycheck. Again, I am respectfully asking the board to intervene and remove my name from the board item until the EEO has concluded their investigation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rupert.
Hi, actually, this question should be, I guess, for Ms. Myrick. Is Ms. Myrick
here.
here? Oh, hey, okay. Can you very quickly explain the process for EEO investigations and basically whistleblower information so our employee can understand the process, but also we as board members know what our limitations are and conversely, if there's something that we can do.
Again, it's my understanding that this employee was let go during her probationary period. The EEO investigation will continue on. And I'm sorry, I can't go through. I mean, I don't know all the details, but it's going to continue even though she is not going to be an employee if you approve this. And if in fact that, it is determined that she was discriminated against or retaliated against, there will be some follow-up to that. But she was released under probation, so there has not been a reason provided as to why she was let go, at least, in terms of publicly, except that on her probationary status.
Okay. How long does the EEO process actually work?
I think they have a limit of how they have to get the done. I'd have to look at the exact policy, but they do have a time frame to get it done. I'll be glad to look at the policy and bring it back, or perhaps Vladimir might be on the meeting and he could answer the time frame.
Okay.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, hold on one second, Mr. Chisholm. Hold on one second. Ms. Rupert, did you have any other questions of Ms. Myrick specifically?
Yeah, kind of a half a question, I guess it would be.
Okay, I think Mr. Chisholm also wants to respond to part of your question. I just want to make sure that you were able to get the rest of your response from Ms. Myrick before I jump over to Mr. Chisholm.
I just really wanted to be clear on the board's responsibility with this and what we've done in the past. What can we do?
At this point, the superintendent has made a recommendation, and what you have done in the past regarding probationary employees is you have made comments on them, but you have basically approved them. So that is your responsibility to approve these. That doesn't, again, as I said, that will not interfere with the investigation through EEO.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Myrick. That's the extent of my questions. So I'll wait, Ms. Korn, for your direction to have staff answer my questions, which would be, I guess, Vlad and also Eric Chisholm.
Yeah, Mr. Chisholm, did you want to be able to expand to respond to Ms. Rupert?
I would love to just follow up after Mr. Alvarez, if you don't mind, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Good morning.
I don't have a hand up for.
I have my hand up, Ms. Korn.
I'm sorry?
It's Dr. Osgood. I have my hand up.
No, I know, but Mr. Chisholm was referring to Mr. Alvarez.
Okay.
Yes, he is going to answer the question with regard to the investigative timeline, Madam Chair. That was part of Ms. Rupert's question.
Yes, no, I understand, but I don't see Mr. Alvarez. Is Mr. Alvarez available to be able to respond, please?
Yes, I'm here. Can you see me?
Great.
Can you see me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
It's a little quiet.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board Member, Superintendent. There is a School Board Policy 4001.1, which is the non-discrimination statement policy. The policy describes the process for investigating discrimination complaints, and it's our commitment to finish all investigations within 60 days of the day that the investigation has begun.
Okay, Ms. Rupert, you're on mute. Did you have a follow-up question?
Yes. What day are we on?
Sorry?
I'm so sorry. What you said 60 days, right? That was the
Ms. Brown, he filed a complaint with our office on September 1st, 2020. So we have up to 60 days, not necessarily the 60 days, but that's the period that we have to complete any investigation. So right now we are up to the 15 days or 14 days of investigation.
I got it. Okay, so roughly around November 3rd, it would be like a 60 days thing.
Before, but that's our commitment, no more than 60 days.
Okay. I'm going to have great difficulty supporting this because of the assertions by the employee that there were racial discriminations as well as other discriminations that were going on. Her perception of it or not, for those reasons, I'm not going to vote for her release. I will, when the time is forward, I would definitely do a motion to separate so I can support the other parts of G4. So thank you.
Okay, Dr. Osgood.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. As I'm listening at the employee and just being realistic, I know that retaliation does exist in the district. People are retaliated against. I know that we are working really hard to deal with a lot of the systemic racism, but we still have a large element of white fragility that exists. As I listen at this lady go through this investigation, is she being paid right now? What is happening with her compensation at this time as she's going through due process?
Thank you. Through the chair. The employee, that's why I wanted to make that comment. I was not aware that the employee wasn't being compensated, but the employee must be compensated. And if there's a reason that if she's saying she hasn't been compensated, we will ensure that she's compensated. The process is the employees are paid all the way through the board meeting date. Her last day of compensation would be today. Therefore, Friday, she should have received a full paycheck. And in a few moments, I'll be able to verify that. And she will also be compensated all the way through today, depending upon how this board votes. So that was a surprise to me if that's the case, but I definitely will be able to verify that momentarily.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chisholm. And, I don't have all of the details, and I certainly want Mr. Runcie and his staff to do their job with holding people accountable. but I know that we have an issue with retaliation in the district, and it puts me as a board member in a predicament today because of the reality of the retaliation that exists. I don't know if we're holding the lady accountable or if it's a process that she's being retaliated against. And I'm very, very concerned about it because it is a real live issue that happens. And if, I don't know if what she's saying is true. So let me ask this question. Has she had any other problems or disciplinary problems before now? And that's just a yes or no. I'm not trying to get into all the details.
I do believe, Madam Vice Chair, I do believe the safety and security team is here. But just before they answer that question, Madam Vice Chair, I just want to say today, no discipline. There's no progressive discipline we bring into the board today. It is truly a probationary release. There could be full documentation of other behavior or things of that nature, but we try very, very hard not to complicate the items when it's a probationary release. We refer to it quite often as a with or without cause. There could be a multitude of reasons why we do probationary releases, and that is what we want to consider to say today. So before someone else answers, does that satisfy your question?
It actually does. It does satisfy my questions. And in probationary release, the rules do allow us to release people, but I need to make sure that we're releasing this person because of something job related, not because somebody don't like them or because they asking too many questions and that's making somebody work too hard. And this happens. It's another part of both the explicit and implicit biases that happens in organizations like this, where people of color find themselves on the other side of these issues because them asking questions become threatening to somebody, or people don't feel like they have the right to get answers to things. So I don't know in this case, but I don't know the other way strong enough. And because I know that the retaliation does exist, it is very hard for me to support this. So I will be seconding Ms. Rupert's motion when she make it, because I need additional information before I terminate this lady today, and then her compensation certainly stops.
Dr. Osgood, through the chair, Ms. Corn, if I may, Brian Katz, Chief Safety and Security Officer. This employee does roll up within my organization. So to the questions raised by Ms. Rupert and Dr. Osgood, again, without going into the details of the actual individual and what led to where we are, from a process perspective, what I want to make you both very comfortable with is that very early on from the process of challenges with this employee, the direct manager and the second level manager engaged with employee and labor relations. So this has been a long ongoing issue. It was not done in a vacuum. It was done in coordination with HR, not just done at the department level. It wasn't a single manager ultimately working through this by themselves. They worked closely with employee and labor relations. And when the employee raised their concerns that were largely based on racial discrimination, we immediately pulled in the EEO team and asked them to look into those matters. But separate of the reason for release and the actual probationary release that's in front of you today, what I can tell you is that there are concerns that have been raised over an extended period of time, and that, as I said, we're not done in a vacuum. We're done including HR and labor relations in those discussions.
Thank you, Mr. Katz. And your response and you weighing in does make a difference, and I'll just stop there.
And if it pleases the board through the chair, I am able to confirm that the employee has been compensated. I would certainly like to reach out to the employee to better understand that, but I am able to see the last several checks, and the employee has been fully compensated, Madam Vice Chair. But I would certainly, as I do all employees, I will reach out to the employee to better understand. But I can assure you, if she's missing a dime, she will be entitled to it because she was to be compensated for every day, whether she was in the office or not, during this process. So the board can be reassured that I will make certain that she receives whatever compensation she's entitled.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't have other hands up. I just want, and this is, I guess, to Ms. Myrick, or the appropriate staff can respond, that in the EEO investigation, if obviously, if there is if there are findings that there was racism involved, something along those lines, that will then be something that is acted upon, correct, Ms. Myrick, even after taking this action?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. I just needed that stated for the record for us. With that said, I think Ms. Rupert, did you want to, I'm sorry, Ms. Bartleman now has her hand up.
Okay.
So I guess, Ms. Myrick, just to follow up on Donna's comments, would that mean we would reinstate her to her position because we're terminating her today? Terminating her without cause. So even if you find that there was something wrong and racism was involved, how are we going to return her to her job?
Well, I'm not saying that she necessarily would be returned to her job. Mrs. Korn asked me if there would be a follow-up and if something would be handled, and we would handle that because we would be dealing with Mr. Katz's staff who apparently did retaliate or discriminate. There are other than options that we could talk to the employee about, but no, she would not necessarily be returned to her job because she is being terminated today on probationary period.
So that doesn't, so the employee does this and God forbid something comes up, there really is no guarantee that an employee would be made whole after this. Okay, we'll just use that information for my vote. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Rupert.
I'd like to make my motion now, unless somebody else has a hand up.
No, yes, please. No other hands.
Okay.
Oh,
Yes.
I'm sorry. Wait, Dr. Osgood has her hand up. So could we just give her one quick moment?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Katz, for providing the insight that you provided in your speaking and hearing from Mr. Katz, who I trust and, have found to be have a lot of integrity in what he's doing and how he's doing it. I have a better perspective now of what he's saying, that it's not just a one-time thing, that there was extensive due diligence done. And I know we have people come and they don't tell the truth. The lady just said that she wasn't being paid, and we found out she was being paid. It kind of took me back to the bus driver lady that did the whole thing with her son being on the phone in Afghanistan. So I'm not looking to not support people being held accountable, but I will continue to ask questions to make sure that whatever we're doing, people are treated fairly and they're not being discriminated against. So Mr. Katz's response has given me a level of security that that's not the case. Thank you.
Madam Vice Chair, my staff just brought me in a document. She is missing Friday's check. I'm sitting here, she is missing Friday's check, and I will have staff immediately work on it. So Friday's check that we received, she is missing it. Okay, so I just want to let you know they brought that information into me at this point, and I'm not sure why, but we will ensure that she's compensated because I'm letting you know she should have been compensated. Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Chisholm, to that point, if you don't mind,
yes,
what I will ask is that you take a step beyond ensuring that she is paid for that, but you determine why that would have occurred, so we don't have another individual in a similar circumstance come before us in this position. Because if she had not taken the time to come up and speak to us, she may have had a long,
I agree,
battle to
agree.
get this check provided to her. So we need to find out why this occurred to begin with, so this is not something that happens again.
And I will take
brief
lead.
the board on
I
that
will.
in a follow-up. That would be fantastic. Thank you, Mr.
100%.
Chisholm. Dr. Osgood, sorry. Yes, Dr. Osgood, and then Ms. Rupert, I'm going to go to you for the motion.
My hand is down. I'm sorry, Ms. Corn.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Rupert, did you like to make the motion?
Yes. I move that we separate, I believe it's Charles Lynn Brown from the G4 item.
I'll second it.
So the motion's been moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Bartleman. Charlene Brown would be removed from the G4 item, would be separated for a separate vote. All those in favor of separating the individual's name from G4, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Can I please have a roll call vote on that? So I have Ms. Alhadeff,
Yes.
Ms. Bartleman,
Yes.
Ms. Brinkworth,
This is for separation only, correct?
correct.
Yes.
Ms. Levinson,
Yes.
Ms. Good,
Yes.
Ms. Murray,
Yes.
Dr. Osgood,
Yes.
and Ms. Rupert.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So the separation passes. So if I could at this moment ask that we discuss on the floor the separated, the individual separated from the G4 item. Is there further discussion on, this would be a voting for or against what was brought forward by the superintendent through the G4 item? Further discussion.
I'm sorry, can you clarify that again, Ms. Corn?
Yeah, so your motion is to separate. So we are now individually voting on Miss Charlize Brown as to whether or not she will have a probationary release or not. So
you need a motion, Ms. Corn. You need a motion to do that, right, Ms. Myron?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I make a motion that we vote on whatever the candidate's name is being released in a probationary period.
Okay, that's what's in the G4 item. So there was a motion to bring it forward. I'm just going to ask for clarification purposes. Ms. Myrick, in the past, when we've separated items, we've never then gone back and moved the items individually again. We've indicated which item because the item never left the floor. We separated the item. And so I was indicating which item. So I need to know going forward, when we separate items, we need to now make new motions to bring the parts of the item back. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe you do, because you need to bring back, I'm sorry if that hasn't been done, I believe that you need to have a motion, and I believe Dr. Osgood's motion would be to support the superintendent's recommendation as it is read for this, as it is written for this individual.
Yeah, no, I fully understand Dr. Osgood's motion. I was just indicating that in the past, we haven't moved them separately once they were already on the floor. So once they're separated, they're no longer active on the floor. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Osgood made the motion to bring Ms. Charlize Brown's name forward as the G4 item is indicated on probationary release. Is there a second?
Second, Ms. Good.
Oh, thank you. Second, Ms. Brinkworth. Is there discussion by my colleagues on the motion?
I just want to make sure that Dr. Osgood's motion is to basically do exactly what the superintendent is asking to be done, yes?
That is correct.
Yeah.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Yes. Additional comments? All those in favor of supporting the superintendent's recommendation for probationary release from Ms. Charlize Brown, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no.
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 Okay. So if I could have a roll call, Ms. Alhadeff,
Yes.
Ms. Bartleman,
No.
Ms. Brinkworth,
Yes.
Ms. Levinson,
Yes.
Ms. Good,
Yes.
Ms. Murray,
Yes.
Dr. Osgood,
Yes.
and Ms. Rupert.
No.
Thank you. And Ms. Myrick, just for the purposes of consistency and for us to be playing our roles as they are given to us, is there any requirement to give good causes to why for probationary for not supporting? So board members, okay, I just wanted to make sure because I know that there are some occasions in which that is required.
Ms. Horn, would you let us know your vote so that can be taken?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I apologize. So thank you. So the motion passes. If we could please have a motion to go back to the larger G4 item.
So moved, Rupert.
Second, Osgood.
Moved by Ms. Rupert.
It's already on the floor by Ms. Murray and Ms. Rupert.
Okay, that's okay. That's what I was referring to before. So, okay, perfect. It is already on the floor. So we had two things on the floor at the same time, Miss Myra, correct?
That's correct. You had the one on the item, and then you separated it, and you had a motion for that. We probably should have gone ahead and voted on the main motion and then voted on the separation, but I think we got it covered.
Okay, that was why I was looking for the clarification, because I knew the motion was still on the floor. So with that, all of those in favor of G4 amended through the separation, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no. G4 as amended passes unanimously. Let's move on to our next item. We have CC1.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by?
Second, Alda.
Second by Ms. Alhadeff. Thank you. Is there any public input on CC1, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we received no public comment on item CC1.
Thank you very much. To my colleagues, I have Ms. Good.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just in reviewing, and I know this is the final adoption, and maybe this was covered and I didn't recall discussing it, but I'm always about process. And so when I looked at under the rules number 1 category, if a community would want to commence this process and the principal were to appoint a committee together, there's nothing in this board policy that outlines what that process would be. So, how is it initiated, who they need to direct the inquiry to, what's the time frame for it to occur. There's a multitude of things that are really not spoken to. It just goes directly into the principal shall appoint a committee, but it doesn't really speak to what happens prior to that happening. Can somebody address that for me?
Ugh.
Board Member Good, it is my understanding that the request would be made by any member, whether it be staff or someone from the general public, to the principal, and then the principal would initiate the process as outlined in the policy.
So where does it say that, Mr.?
You're correct. It's not explicitly outlined that way. Mr. Moken, you might want to add to that.
No, I'll just say that, the past practice has been that OSPA oversees it as well. And then the item comes usually through the Chief School Performance and Accountability Officer, attesting to the fact that the policy has been fulfilled in terms of how they've gone about it, and then requesting an item be placed on the agenda. And at least in my tenure, that's how it's happened in the past.
I just think it's an important part that needs to be part of this policy, in the sense of, if I'm a community member, I need to understand how I initiate such a process, because again, it's not always started within the school setting. It could be someone from the community that wishes to initiate this process. And so I think it needs to be spelled out, and somehow so that it is a uniform process and it's carried out in the same way, regardless of what school you may be going to, because I know what's going to happen. School A and School B have all the best intentions, but there's no time frame noted in here, no action of requirement of by when things have to be done. Should the request be made in writing? Can someone just walk up to a principal and say, I want this started? I just think we need to make sure that there's a clear and concise process that is held the same way at every opportunity. So I know this is final. I don't know what your recommendations would be, Mr. Mokel.
So what I would recommend is that the board postpone this. And what Dr. Neesmith and I will do is we will work to create an exhibit or an attachment that outlines the process by which it happens, and then we'll make reference to the appendix within Rule 1 And then we will bring it back 30 days from now, because we'll have to renotice it because I believe this is a substantive change, but I think it's a good change. So I would just ask the board to go ahead and defer this.
Okay. Ms.
I'll
Good,
wait to- Yes,
I was
ma'am.
gonna say, before you take a motion, do you mind? I just have hands up.
Oh, of course. I'm sure there'll be comments, so no problem. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Dr. Osgood.
Thank you. Mr. Molkman, we have similar policies where we have things and then we have specifics outlined in standard operating procedures. Is that not correct?
We do, but I believe Ms. Myrick has indicated that if there is a written guideline that specifies in terms of how the process will play out, that it too needs to be in a part of the policy or an attachment to the policy if it has specific implications for the community or staff or whoever the policy is geared towards.
Okay, then we need to be consistent with all the policies when we bring them forth. If we're going to do that practice for this one, then we need to do it for all the rest of them as well. Because I know I've had a couple of namings of tracks or gyms, floors, and stuff like that, and they've come through this policy that was brought forth by community members, and it has worked. But whatever we do, we need to be consistent. So if we're going to attach those guidelines and templates to this policy, I'm going to expect us to do that for all of the other policies coming forth. And I remember a specific discussion when we was talking about policy 3330, and we decided we didn't want to put all that stuff in policy. We felt that it should be in standard operating procedures, and we went that route. So whatever we do, I'm just going to ask that we be consistent in doing that.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. Are there other comments from my colleagues?
Yes, I have a comment.
Yes, Ms. Good.
So, and to Dr. Osgood's point, the reason I was bringing it up, and I think it is critically important. I want to make sure that if an interest from the community is brought up, that it's taken within the same time frame as any other community. I don't want there to be pushback for any particular community should they wish to bring up a renaming opportunity for a school. I think, there should be objectives and time frames for that to occur so that we don't get into an issue, there's pushback on this community, so therefore this community member may not feel that they're being supported in their request. Every community should have their requests listened to and addressed in the same manner, within the same process, within a similar time frame. So I hope that, I'm totally okay with what Mr. Moquin said. I'm even okay in supporting this item today and coming back with a proposed amendment if that's more amenable to everyone. I just want to make sure that, I'm all about the process, and sometimes when we don't speak to things like that, we find ourselves in a predicament. And I think it should be spelled out so that everyone understands what the requirements are. So I don't know if Mr. Moquin can answer, if this were to get approved today, what would be the avenue to have it amended?
Sorry, I had to unmute. I would be, if it were adopted today, I believe that the policy would sit as is, and we would have to go through the process again and go through the 3 steps to make any additional changes to it. So I think by deferring it, it allows us to make this addendum more quickly. And I just to Dr. Osgood's point, there are policies, like if you look at the dating policy where the procedure manual is actually part of the policy as the policy number and then A. I know also when you get into the attendance policies, the procedure manual is a separately adopted policy as again listed as A. So I think for some of those things where it's important that the community or employees understand the protocols, and it's not always required, but if we want the public to firmly understand what the protocol is, we have examples in protocol and precedent for it being approved as part of the policy.
And I would ask that whatever the process is, that it note that it, what, if the request needs to be made in writing, how is it that the request is made? Because we may have someone that doesn't have a child in the school, it's just a resident or a community member, and we want to make sure that they, whatever it is, if they need to communicate via written form to somebody, copy somebody else, we just want to make sure everyone understands so that the process moves as smoothly as possible. And I want to make sure that every opportunity the community has to take advantage of this policy. So.
And I just want to be clear that it's not our intent to change what the current process is. We're just going to simply put it in writing.
Yes, that was my intent. And it looks like if when appropriate, I'll make a motion.
Okay, I have Dr. Osgood's hand up.
The policy, the way it is now, has been in play for how long? How long have we had this policy that we're dealing with now? Because all we're doing is adding something that speaks specifically to racial connotations. So I just want to make sure that my understanding is correct. How long have we had this policy in the district? About how long? Mr. Mogen's been here for a while. How long have we had this policy?
It was created in 1990 and it was last amended in 2013.
Okay. So all we're doing in this, why it's before us is we're putting specific language to deal with racial connotations and our desire not to have school facilities or anything that the school board owns named that has any racial connotations or negative intent toward any group, correct?
That is correct. In addition to deleting the previous provision that forbade the schools being named after specific cities.
Okay, thank you.
Those are the only two changes, Dr. Osgood.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay.
Sorry, my mouse froze on me there for a moment. Ms. Good, if you would like to make the motion.
Yes, and again, just very quick to Dr. Osgood's point, I'm extremely supportive. That's why I said I was more than willing to support the item as it's presented today. But realizing just on the fact that we were just looking at this item change, policy change, there was so much community conversation. I didn't want any particular individual who felt it was important to make this request and change the name of any particular school because of any racial connotation to feel pushback. And I want to make sure that they feel equally valued in any request that they may make. So that was my intent. So I just felt the need to. So if I table this then or postpone it for within 30 days, I don't know where that puts us. Is that sufficient time?
Yeah, when we do at this point, based on the rule adoption process, if there's substantive change at final adoption, then we go ahead and have to renotice for I believe it's another 28 days before we bring it back. So if we could just go ahead and motion to postpone it to the first board meeting in November, because I wouldn't want to. I don't want to have the board voted down before we have the replacement policy there, because I don't want to send the wrong message. So I want to make sure that we can bring the final adopted policy with the process exhibit when we ask you to vote down the original.
Okay, so I'll move to table it to November's board meeting, first board meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Second, Alda.
It's been moved and seconded by Ms. Good. Is there a discussion on the item? Seeing none, if I could ask this question, because I believe that what the issue Ms. Good has brought up is not really contrary to anything that's already in the policy. What would the time frame be if we pass this today and then move forward with bringing it back with this additional, I guess, provision, clarification, however you'd like to address it? If we did a different process to attempt the same thing, but we're able to pass this today?
Yeah, again, we would need to do 2 workshops and then a final adoption. And we would be required to notice 14 days in advance of the rule adoption workshop, which is workshop number 2, and then 28 days in advance of the final adoption.
Okay. Okay, I don't see any additional hands up. Yes, Ms. Good.
So in thinking more about it, I don't want to take this policy revision is extremely important. And the issue that I've brought up regarding the process to get it done is important, but not as important as the language change for this policy. So having an opportunity to hear everybody's discussion, I will just say I'm okay with supporting this today. I think it's important that we get this approved and bring back the process to get it done. You know, certainly we could put something in place so it's clearly understood across the district, and then let that process work itself out. It may take, you know, 3 or 4 months. I'm okay with that. I just wanted to bring it up because I know that some community members may not necessarily understand how we function. But more important than that is the change to this policy. And I think it's extremely important that it gets approved today. So I will remove my motion. Thank you.
Okay, and Ms. Alhadeff, do you remove your second?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted for clarification purposes. So going back to CC1, appreciate the discussion. Is there any further discussion on the item?
So how do I'm sorry, Madam Chair, real quick.
That's okay.
Then how do I accomplish that? Since this item before us is not going to be changed, but there's a desire to bring it back with an amendment. This is just the conversation enough for staff to initiate that process.
We'll capture it as a follow-up, Ms. Good.
Okay.
So it'll be documented as a follow-up, and Dr. Neesmith and I will start the process right away.
Okay.
Working with Dr. Wanza.
Thank you for clarifying. With that, all those in favor of CC1, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. CC1 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second to pass E1?
So move, Ms. Murray.
Second, Alva.
Brinkworth.
Moved by Ms. Murray, second by Ms. Alhadeff. Any public input on E1? Mr. Moquin.
Madam Chair, there is no public comment on E1.
Thank you very much. I have for E1, Dr. Osgood. You are on mute, Dr. Osgood.
Thank you, Ms. Coyne. I was just trying to get a better understanding of the report. The report had some the report looked very different to me than the normal report that we get. So I was trying to there was something in here about Business Connect. I was trying to tie that to the report, or just what that piece was communicating to us.
So good morning, board members. Superintendent Runcie, this is Maurice Woods, Chief Strategy and Operations Officer. First of all, can you all hear me and see me?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Thank you for the question, Dr. Osgood. As we continue to get better data and information, we try to incrementally enhance our reporting to provide additional information to you. So some of the minor changes that you've seen in this report has to do with better, more accurate data that's coming through. In regards to the last item that you inquired about, Connect, that's a report or a document that we send out to our community to share kind of progress on the work that's going on in the EDDC department. And we just included in this item, in case stakeholders are reviewing the item, they get additional information on progress and status updates of what's going on in the department.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to ask again that when we have these reports, if I'm the only one interested, if it could just be sent to me. But can we have them broken down by race? And why that's important is because that's how the disparity study communicates. So when I see that we have X number of crimes, it does not tell me how many are Hispanic, how many are Asian, how many are Black. So if, and I keep asking for this, so I'm going to keep asking if we could have it broken down by race or just send me something with the racial breakdown, it would be very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take that away. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. I also have Ms. Rupert.
Okay.
This is on E1, Ms. Rupert.
Yes, I got it. Thank you. I also was a little confused with the new format. Loved it, especially as Mr. Woods said, for the larger stakeholders in our county. I think it's a good visual for them to be able to follow along. But I did have some questions. Let me see. Okay. When it talks about the data integrity validation, which I believe is should be on page 1, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay, that's where you have your three areas, data integrity validation, marketing, and year 1 plan. So during the data integrity validation, it was about the Ariba database cleanup and collection to fully utilize the system. So my question is a 2-part. One is the Ariba database cleanup, did that occur? And what the other part would be, are we now fully utilizing that system? I'm sorry, you're muted, Mr. Woods. No, you're muted. I don't know what
I was trying to.
There you go. You're with us.
I was trying to look at the item as you were speaking. So let me start, and then if there's any additions by Ms. Jasmine Jones, I'll have her pipe in and add any additional comments. As it relates to Ariba specifically, and I believe this may have been referenced in the committee report today, that migration has been completed as of August 31st. So a couple weeks ago, we did complete that migration of Ariba.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's exciting.
My pleasure.
And then moving on to, hold on, I guess the second one, enhanced marketing as key areas of focus. Okay. On page 4 of the document. Okay. My question here was where we were talking about the targeted marketing activities. What does this look like? How do you convey this in a Teams meeting, or how is it being done to reach out with our marketing? Have we been utilizing Zoom, phone calls, Teams meetings, et cetera, Mr. Woods?
So we're talking about the targeted outreach on page 4 of the, just want to make sure that people are tracking, of the Supplier Diversity Outreach Program document. Ms. Jasmine Jones, I want to defer this to you. Can you talk specifically about some of the outreach and how we're leveraging kind of virtual meetings and the like to do some of the outreach? Are you available, Ms. Jones?
Yes, I am. Good afternoon, board members, Superintendent Runzi, and participants. Yes, we do leverage as far as the information when it comes to our marketing efforts, as far as needing what the public is needing as far as resources. We find out that specifically the small business coronavirus impact poll that was conducted by MetLife and U.S. Chamber of Commerce. To sum it up, it does explain to us that 56% of the small business believe it will take 6 months to 1 year before the U.S. small business climate return to normal. So with that said, we use what we know, what's going on, to provide information and resources for small business development in the meantime. Also share in terms of month in review activities and accomplishment that the small business office is currently embarking on, and to make sure that the pulse, they know that we exist as far as the district, to continually rebrand who we are and what we do and how we can be of further assistance to make sure we continue to mobilize and engage our small businesses and to partake in the opportunities that are constantly being being released, as part of Demand Star. Thank you.
Wonderful. And then on page 5, I believe Dr. Osgood touched on this already. The B2 Grow implementation, I guess we did a soft launch in June, and then this will be finished as in 12/20 with a manual migration. Is that correct?
That's correct. We are on target. We are on track to meet the December 2020 deadline.
Perfect. I love to hear that, Mr. Woods. You know that.
Absolutely. We appreciate it. And the team has been doing a great job, by the way. So thank you for asking those questions.
Page 6. It looks to me with the timeline that it's time for another disparity study. Have we started it, or have we gone out yet? Because it's been, every 4 or 5 years, prior to when Mr. Runcie, prior to the 2010 board members, it is a process that goes out that often. So I didn't want to leave the opportunity to not throw that out, that, hey, I hope we're planning on doing an RFP, or maybe you've already done that. So.
No, we're scheduling December 2021 potential revisiting of this topic. We will bring something to the board probably a couple times to get the board aligned on it. We felt that it was important, and again, I think this was mentioned in the committee report, that we get the new systems in place because that would allow us to significantly reduce the cost associated with data gathering. So our focus is on the project that you see in front of us, ensuring that we get that completed by this December, and then we will be coming back next calendar year and having conversations with the board around the need to update the disparity study. We have to keep the disparity study updated to allow us to have legally defensible affirmative procurement initiatives and a policy that can be legally defensible. So we'll be coming back to you. So stay tuned for that. Thank you.
Okay, that figured you would. All right, so I already talked about the disparity. Okay, the last few pages of the document, which would be, I'll start with this one. The contract compliance module, which is like the last couple pages. I guess the B2, I don't even know what that stands for. B2G now, there you go.
Yep.
And Broward have, on the weeks of 8/31 to 9/4, did these occur? So those are off our radar.
I'm sorry, which document are you referencing?
I'm on the contract compliance module. I don't know if you can see.
Document 3?
Hold on. No, it doesn't have a number, but it's the last. It's the last 2-3 pages of the packet. It's right after this beautiful picture. But you can't miss it because it says contract compliance module.
All right.
Okay,
So
unless I'm the only one got it.
While I'm getting to where you're at, so go ahead and pose your question. I should be able to answer your question. So what's your question there?
On this page, it says that this project is high risk and that for completion, high risk, overall status, schedule at risk, and no team meeting held. So that was kind of the big part of it. And it comes into the milestones accomplished from the weeks of August 24th to 28th, the compliance training 2 confirmed for the 10th. Well, we're past the 10th, So I'm assuming you got to check off this and then check off the other ones. So.
Yep, so management has briefed me. Thank you for the question. And I believe Jasmine Jones has frozen. So just so you all know.
No, she's smiling.
So management has briefed me. It's my understanding that since the date of this item or this report, which I believe was August 28th, the management team has worked to continue to accelerate and expedite that specific activity. And we are working in conjunction with IT. And I believe it's my understanding that the overall project, although that specific activity is of high risk, the overall project is still on target to be completed by the stated due date.
Okay, so at the top of this page when it says overall status, high risk. Explain
That's correct. And it's related to the specific activity around the, and they want to jump in and help me out a little bit here. It's related around the specific activity of one particular item. The item, I believe, is the data interference imports. Ms. Jasmine, is that correct?
That is correct. It is high risk it is with high risk of going off track, but we are not officially off track as of yet. It's just a milestone check for us. Yes, we already provided the contract award details to B2G, and also payment activities have been pulled by IT, and they have been instrumental in assisting us with that effort. And now pretty much IT is finalizing the system configuration to enable automatic upload of vendor payments into B2G now. So once that is done, we're literally just going to take off.
Yeah. So we have worked to mitigate the risk. It's not uncommon for a project to identify risk factors. And we have worked, again, since the date of this report, the team has worked to mitigate that risk. And we don't believe that, although it says high risk at this point, we're still on target. If you look further down that report, we're still on target or on track to complete the project by the stated deadline. So even with the risk, we've worked to mitigate it, and we're still on target for completion.
Perfect. Okay, and then the last one on this page, it says BCPS vendor certification list, and it said the certification migration is not in the scope of work for this implementation. The process of, hold on. Where am I going here? Okay, the process for creating a certification traffic log record can be used to specifically track these certified vendors. This record then will be created, monitored, and updated manually by BCPS authorized staff at the vendor profile level while adding a certified vendor to the contract. They will then utilize the system's search and export feature, will give you the ability to create reporting. So for me, and I don't know very much about Ariba, my question for what I just read basically is this not in the Ariba system, and are we then doing workarounds right now? Does management system not work with the existing features of Ariba?
Yeah, so I'll defer to Ms. Jones. I believe it had, when we went out to procure this item, there's various modules that are included in the B2G platform, if you will, and we did not purchase all of the modules for the need to ensure that we came to the board with a price tag that we felt prioritized what we needed as a district. I believe that this manual workaround has to do with modules that we may or may not have purchased. Jasmine Jones, please correct me if I'm wrong in my understanding.
Yes, sir, you're absolutely correct. As a matter of fact, what we're going to do as part of the manual workaround, we are going to do an automatic upload of all of our certified firms. That is not going to be done on a manual level from staff.
Okay, so it says that it's going to be manually?
No, the initial upload will not be a manual process. The adding of additional firms that are certified, that's going to be done on a manual level after the fact. But the bulk of all of certified firms will be updated by B2G.
Yeah, and that's where
So
the
it's-
heavy lift is. The heavy lift is uploading all of the existing firms into BTG. Once we get them uploaded, the additional or incremental vendors that are coming in is not as heavy of a lift as getting the initial database uploaded.
I sort of understand that.
Yeah.
But okay, so we're gonna create this record. We're gonna monitor, and it's gonna be updated manually by BCPS at the vendor profile level when they add a vendor. After that, then there'll be the search and export feature, which give you the ability to create more reporting because we did not buy those modules per se. Yes. Okay. So yes.
Correct.
Got it. And what I would find really helpful, and obviously I don't mean this very second or this very day, but I'd like to see a copy of the Ariba contract, as well as just a quick note from something like this in the future when we are going to buy a system, and having looked at whichever department that it's going to be utilized for, to be known as a board, hey, we're trying to save money, so we're going to start with Ariba, and we're going to be able to do A through M. But you got to know, if we're saving money, then we're not going to get these modules, and these will actually be manually by our people, etc. So I just think, for me, it helps to know, once again, technologically, if the systems that we're buying are doing their work, and also we need to know if it's a must for you, Mr. Woods, and your organizations, if you actually need the whole shebang. Money, take money away from the situation. If it's going to cost us time and employees, or we don't have that manpower, we need that information when it comes back to us. Okay, I will try to make this faster because I know there's other people probably. Okay, so on the bottom of page 2, total project, it's 47% complete.
That's correct.
And data migration is 19%, data interface 9%. So I'm assuming that the 19 and the 9% are with those areas that you guys have to deal with manually.
It actually is dealing with the payment upload that IT is finalizing.
Got it. That's wonderful. So that would be, okay, flipping. And then just quickly on just the chart itself, which is, I guess, called the action log. It was kind of funny because it was hard to, well, first of all, I didn't know there was a back page until like 2 days, but it's also starting on the farthest day away than the closest kind of threw me. So the 714 contract compliance letter templates, check it off.
Are you asking if that has been
I'm sorry, yes. I'm sure it's done, right? The templates for contract compliance letter templates, because in here it says it's pending sign off. I'm assuming you got that sign off.
Not yet. We are 99% there. There is one, since we have like segmented goal, it's normally catered to only one type of goal. So we are trying to find a way to edit it. So whenever we do have segmented goal, I'm working with B2G on that. So I'm supposed to hear something back today, and it will be finalized in the morning by tomorrow by Mr. Ballou, correct. So we're on track with that.
Okay. Beautiful. And then I think the last one's on the back, open, close status. I believe it's because they're so far back, June 2020, and this is August. They're both open. That's the payment file for the task order and the tracking record migration. So I think just a simple update on this. I know that you all are working and incredibly. I must say that you guys are truly working like crazies. That's all I can say. It's getting a lot of work done, and there's a lot of buzz about your department. I appreciate all the information, the plans, and the clarity. So thank you so much. That's it, Ms. Korn.
Thank you.
So I have Ms. Brinkworth. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just two very quick things. I thought Ms. Rupert was going to mention it, but because I know she does often. I know that online the information is in color, and in the bar graphs it's easy to determine because they're listed in order of the way the bars are listed across the page. But for some of the other charts it's difficult. So just for the time that the school board is receiving printed documents, I saw in E2 we provided in color so that it's easy to look at. I think for this report it's been asked time and time again that we look at that being in color, and I just wanted to say congratulations on the first issue. The second issue, I should say, of Business Connect, and really reading through this and feeling like it's an effort to provide information and clarity to businesses that want to do business with the district. So I wanted to say thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you for the feedback, Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brinkworth. I don't see any other hands up. So with that, all those in favor of E1, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Aye. Those opposed say no. E1 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on E2, E3, and yes, E2 and E3.
So moved, Rupert.
Second by Ms. Rupert.
Second, Ms. Good.
Second by Ms. Good. Is there audience input on E2 and E3, Mr. Moakland? Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Can we take this off the table? I did not move to public comment before, and I did not realize what time it was. So if we could.
I withdraw my motion.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I would like us to now move to our public speakers. And so at this time, we will begin to take public comment for today's regular school board meeting. I am reminding public speakers that we are advised to refrain from obscene or vulgar conduct, slanderous remarks, or statements that tend to incite violence or breach of the peace per policy. In addition, speakers are to demonstrate proper decorum and model the district's 8 character traits: cooperation, responsibility, citizenship, kindness, respect, honesty, self-control, and tolerance. With that, I would like to just open the comments before we start them by indicating we have received over 100 comments today that were submitted as public comment for the board and the superintendent to be aware of. They are primarily around the topics of our September 22nd meeting with the reopening plan. With that said, I just want to reiterate to the public that we absolutely are looking to hear your feedback. The information is being shared with board members. Those 100+ comments have already been shared with board members. We will be hearing some of them today through public comment, but the others, they continue to be available to be, or comments continue to be available to be received at www.browardschools.com. There is a portal there inviting community members to be able to provide their feedback to the superintendent and to board members for our review. And we will have an opportunity to read some of those additional comments at that September 22nd if they are submitted through that portal. That is the opportunity to have those brought forward at the September 22nd meeting. With that, I believe we have a couple of people who, or at least a few people who are there live for us. So I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Neesmith and to Juan downtown. Thank you.
So thank you, Madam Chair. I'll defer to Juan to guide us through the public speakers that are present at KCW.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Juan Rupert, Administrative Support. The first speaker I have is Liliana Rito.
And if I could, Juan, thank you for pausing for just one moment. Due to the number of comments that we have and our desire to hear from as many individuals as possible, the speaker's time will be 2 minutes. That way we will have the opportunity to hear more speakers in that 30-minute designated time frame. Juan, approximately how many people do we have for public comments live downtown?
I, at this time, have 5.
Okay, Thank you very much. And then we will turn this over to Dr. Neesmith so he can provide the rest of the comments through those that were submitted online. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to confirm, you can see the time, correct?
I can. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Hello, Liliana Ruido, and I would like to donate my time to Mr. Fletcher. Thanks.
Hi, can you all hear me all right?
Yes, we can, Mr. Fletcher. You have 4 minutes, sir.
1 second. Before I proceed, can I please get a point of clarification from Attorney Myrick via Ms. Korn? And please request a point of clarification before I proceed from Attorney Myrick via Ms. Korn on policy 1100A, so I can make sure I'm in compliance. The last time I was here on September 1st, you guys told me that I was out of compliance. I want to make sure that I'm here so we can, quote, carry on the meeting for a board policy that all the board members have voted on and supported. So can I please get a clarification from Attorney Myrick via Ms. Korn?
Can someone answer him, please? Can someone, staff, anyone answer this gentleman? Yes, no? I'm not the chair, so can someone help him?
Thank you. I appreciate the effort. Thank you.
Sir, the point of
So
public
his question
speakers is not to
if
be
he's
a
in
back and
compliance?
forth, so please proceed.
Well, I mean, I can't proceed if I don't know how I'm allowed to proceed, since last time I was stopped in the middle of my speech. So I need to ensure that I'm going to be in compliance. So I need a ruling on this policy, please.
So he's,
Sir,
are
if
you
you're out of-
asking that we read the policy, sir?
I'm asking if I'm allowed to recap what I was told the policy is and ask a question for a point of clarification.
So we do not actually ask questions during public comment. If you would like, staff should be able to speak with you offline to assist you, but we don't engage in public speaker comments. So at this time, if you would like, we can give you an opportunity to speak to staff there and then bring you back before the end of the public comments.
The problem I have, though, is that you're going to tell me I can't do
Sir,
something.
at
and
this
it's not
time,
listed in the
I'm
policy.
just making you aware of the fact that I'm giving you an opportunity to get the clarification there. We're not engaging in that conversation
So,
here. That is
okay,
not what
so then
public
where,
speaking is.
so then where's the staff who can point me in the correct direction?
So I will ask that staff there provide that option for you. And then if you'd like, certainly before the end of public speaking, we'll give you the opportunity to come back and speak with the board.
Sure, I don't think they're going to be able to answer my question, but I will certainly try. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next speaker I have on the list is Ms. Terry Lopez-Preuss.
Juan, do we have any other speakers downtown?
Can you we're getting them right now. I apologize.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we do, but you deny people stuff, so hold on.
So what we're going to do is follow proper decorum. And what I am doing is following our policy. So with that said, I'm going to ask that we all address all of our comments appropriately so that we can move forward in a positive vein for the rest of the meeting. Thank you.
Hi. Hi, this is Terry Lopez Preuss, and I have a couple of things to say. First of all, thanks for all you do. My kids graduated from here. I've taught here. I know how hard the teachers are working. They're working very hard, sometimes until midnight. They're doing things that they have never had to do before, and they're under a lot of stress. So I hope that you understand how much stress they're under, and I'm very grateful for everything that they're doing. As we ask teachers to go back, I just want you to know that there's been a 26% jump in the positivity rate for students in Florida alone. In Martin County, there were over 42,000 students before they went back to school that were testing positive. And as of September 10th, there were 53,717 that tested positive. That's a 14.3 positivity rate statewide. So as we want to go back, we also have to think about the safety protocols, because we did say that we were going to maintain the safety protocols, and I'm asking you to do that. And there's nothing wrong, by the way, since we're doing such a good job, so much better than the counties that have had problems. We're doing a really good job with the online teaching because our educators are working really hard to make that happen. So what's wrong with waiting and making sure that we're doing everything as we're supposed to do, and safety? I know, and I've talked about many times, the things that happen, that sometimes you're being lied to, we're being lied to, Mr. Runcy's being lied to. People are getting lied to in this county. It's been happening for a number of things, but this is a life and death situation. So when things are happening and you're not getting the full story or lies are being told, this is a big deal. I would think that you'd want to wait until Palm Beach and Dade open up so that we can see how fast they have to close down, how many people are in quarantine. There are over 550 kids in quarantine right now in Martin County, and the teacher still has to go back. One thing I can tell you for sure, the lies never come from Anafusco or BTU. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next speaker I have on the list is Kenny Minshew.
Good afternoon, Kenny Minshew. I'll be donating my time to Anna Fusco.
Good afternoon, Anna Fusco. How are you all doing today? Would just like to reiterate what's going on out in the scare tactic and the fear of what we've instilled in all of our educators and, quite frankly, parents too. You seem to forget that our educators and our support staff are also parents of the Broward County Public Schools. Parents are out there also asking, what is it going to look like and be expected of October 5th now that we've heard Mr. Runcy give a clear date? We were at least talking in conversations of what it would seem like to have some phase in where some smaller populations would come in first, and then maybe the younger populations would come in, and then we would gradually get into other populations so we can get an understanding of what is really going to be like coming back into a school setting face to face when we know we have multiple schools out there under Broward County Public School elected school board members that have very poor air quality. Schools are under severe construction. Roofs have not been taken care of. Mold is not taken care of. And we do not know exactly what our educators are expected to go into. It's not fair to the admin of the schools that we're told to have these impromptu emergency faculty meetings and not be able to answer teachers' questions. That is unprofessional. It's not fair to the employee, to the educator that serves Broward County Public Schools, and it's not fair to the students that they serve because admin doesn't have answers to give to the educator doesn't have answers to give to the parents and the student. We are asking our educators, come back to work or take a leave. That is reckless. They should have been afforded the opportunity to know exactly what was going to happen. The Broward Teachers Union took their moral compass and instilled with integrity that we didn't go out there screaming what we were having these conversations with, because we didn't feel it was fair, because we didn't come to a collective agreement. We didn't come to an understanding of what is going to happen. So again, we have to lay blame where blame should be laid, and that is on you, elected leaders and our superintendent, because they continue, the district personnel, the cadres, the directors, the chiefs, and it's really the chiefs that say this is the direction we get from our board. But when I have conversations with school board members, they say, this is news to me. We cannot work on this is news to me. We cannot work on, we'll get back to you. We cannot work on that, it's coming. It should have been laid out, and then the ask to the teachers, the understanding to the teachers, you know, what is entailed of taking a leave? What is EEO going to accept? We've already saw in a meeting yesterday that the EEO department has been guided by the legal department that they're not going to accept accommodations. They're going to be strict and tight, and we don't even know what they're going to be strict and tight with. So we are going to be giving out information that we now have, that we have been getting in our meetings, that I have to bring out to our educators, the Broward Teachers Union members, because it is only fair. This is a serious month of taking an effect of social emotional component, mental health, and you're bringing forward something so serious, so impactful on our educators that I have people that I cannot keep up with. Literally, I'm not exaggerating, hundreds and hundreds of text message, emails, phone calls, so forth, of people are saying, what just happened? What can I do? I'm scared. This is not how an employer should treat their employees. I'm asking you guys to move this direction and change the start date until we have a clear plan and everybody knows what they're doing. It's only fair.
Thank you. Do we have additional speakers other than the gentleman that was getting further direction downtown?
No, Madam Chair, that is the only other speaker that we have pending.
Okay, and have we had an opportunity to provide him the clarification he was looking for?
Yes, Madam Chair, and I do believe he's ready to speak.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me back. I would like to note that I have not been provided with clarification on this rule. The clarification cited me to decorum 6A, saying derogatory comments may not be used about individuals. This does not answer my question about whether people's names can be used at all. So I would like clarification again from the attorney via Ms. Korn.
Madam Chair, this is Leo. I did speak with Ms. Ward, who is at KCW, and I did reference policy 1100A. Number 6, item 6A, and if I may read it to the board, it says, no derogatory comments uses the person's proper name shall be permitted. I think reference was made to the comments that were made by the speaker 2 weeks ago, and the fact that the principal's name was used multiple times. And the whole point that we always recognize during board meetings is that the person is not here to defend him or herself. And I think that is also a point of reference that should be noted.
And my simple request is simply, please point to me in the policy where it says I cannot say a person's name. It says I cannot derogatorily say their name, but if I just simply want to state who they are and facts about them or anything along those lines, I should be able to state that, please.
Madam Chair,
Yeah, so if I could, again, I had asked to provide this gentleman the clarification he was asking for, Ms. Myrick. I asked online if you could please take care of this with staff downtown. Is there a reason that we've not been able to take care of this as requested?
I was not asked any question except through the board meeting. If you want me to go downstairs and talk to him, I'll be glad to. I'm here.
So if you can mute the sound downtown for a second, Ms. Myrick, in the chat, I specifically asked you to have someone
Sorry,
downtown
I don't
to be able
monitor
to
the
work
chat
with.
all the time. I apologize.
Okay. My direction at the last meeting was on confirmation by council that and I'm now trying to find it. This is not what we were supposed to be spending this time doing. This gentleman asked a question and we need to please provide him with the information that he's requested, but I was looking not to do that in the midst of the meeting. Miss Myrick, I'm sorry, sir, if you could please afford us a few more minutes to be able to work with you on this, and we will move on with public speakers. Do you mind if we do those online and then provide you the microphone again?
If you would like, I can provide you with the exact words said by everyone at the last meeting and what exactly.
No, I'm looking to give you the clarification you're looking for. Miss Myrick, could you please find someone downstairs who would be able to speak with this gentleman, or for you yourself via phone?
Yes, I will go
Thank you.
downstairs.
Thank you.
Very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Dr. Neesmith, can we move on to the rest of the public speakers, providing time for this gentleman to complete his time?
Yes, Madam Chair. If you don't mind, I would like to confirm with Juan at KCW that Mr. Moyer is not present to provide a public comment, as he indicated in 2 separate emails that was his plan.
That is correct, Dr. Neesmith. Mr. Moyer is not in attendance.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. So based on the number of speakers at KCW, I will read at 2 minutes each 10 public comments that were submitted online. The first one comes from Ruth Euler from Pembroke Pines, Superintendent Runcie, Chairwoman Corn, and all of the Broward County School Board members. Good morning, and thank you for taking my question. During the news conference held on September 8, 2020, Superintendent Runcie cited 4 gated criteria that must be met in order to open campuses. Number 1, disease progression. 2, manage the spread. 3, health system capacity. And 4, district safeguards. Criteria 2 and 4 are already in place per the Phase 2 recovery plan we entered into on 5 June 2020 to include avoiding crowds over 50 people, maintaining 6 feet of distance, and wearing a face mask when 6 feet is difficult to maintain. 50% maximum capacity for businesses and full capacity for those stores who make sanitation stations available. That leaves criteria 1 and 3 left unmet. During the news conference, Superintendent Runcie said the next several weeks following the Labor Day holiday will be important to watch how new cases trends develop. My questions: how many weeks is meant by several in regards to monitoring trends? What is the specific maximum number of cases allowable in the county? What are the specific measurements by which capacity is being measured at healthcare facilities? Thank you all for your hard work to ensure the advancement of our children's education and safety of our children physically and emotionally. Respectfully, Ruth Euler. The second public comment comes from Jen Ditto from Plantation. Please reopen the schools for children's sake. I have 2 sons, 5th and 3rd grade, and my youngest one especially desperately needs to be in school. Please, their mental health depends on it. Please stop making this political. Our numbers are low and the stakes are high. As a long-term supporter of BCPS, I'll keep my kids in the system if there is a plan. Just give us a choice. You'll see the class sizes will remain low. Parent and PTA board member from Tropical Elementary. The third public comment comes from Corey Wood Alice from Weston. Hello, my name is Corey Alice. I'm a parent of a 9th grade student, but I also am a teacher assistant at an elementary school. My concern about going back to school too early is to the students, teachers, and staff might be asymptomatic. Unless we get everyone tested before the school is open to students again, we could have an outbreak at our schools and then must shut down again. This is happening around the states, the schools that have gone back to brick and mortar. I know everyone wants to get back to school, including myself. I miss seeing and being with the students. If we go back too soon, it could mean we go back 2 steps instead of going back forward. In past meetings, it was said that there could be temperature checks, but if the person or persons are asymptomatic, temperature checks won't help the spreading of the coronavirus. Please don't make the same mistakes as the other schools and universities have done. Don't rush these things because parents are frustrated teaching their kids. Please do this for the good of the students, teachers, and staff. And again, that is from Corey Alice. The next comment comes from Andrew Grubb. On Thursday, August 20th and Monday, August 24th, I sent an email to the superintendent's chief of staff and the director of administrative services requesting the procedure to speak on an amendment made by the board when the speaker is not present at KCW building. I did not receive a reply, so on Tuesday, August 25th and Sunday, August 30th, I requested a response to the inquiry stated above from the General Counsel. The General Counsel responded on August 31st. It said, Mr. Grubb, I will not speak for any other district employee or board members, but perhaps why individuals do not respond to your questions is that your questions are always posed as if the district is doing something wrong or you're trying to catch someone doing something wrong. I'm going to respond to this question as an opportunity that I will not be responding to your questions that clearly have logical answers that you should know or can easily find out by reading policies and or understanding the Sunshine Law and how the school board meetings operate pre-COVID. It is not my job or anyone in the district to provide you with a legal explanation of why and how the school board meetings operate. The school board has made available the same opportunity for the public to provide comment on school board items and amendments during COVID remotely held meetings as they did and will in the future when meetings are held with a majority of the board members present at the school board building. The public can present at KCW to make comment on school board items and amendments. Barbara. The superintendent office often says that Bcps is producing the next generation of critical thinkers. I believe you should add an exception to that statement. Do not seem to like when the next generation of critical thinkers. I'm sorry, I'm getting feedback in my own readings. Critical thinkers questions their actions. Board members, why are you allowing staff to force members of the public to jump through present live comments remotely? Respectfully submitted, Andrew Grubb. The next comment comes from Susan McKinney. Due to health issues, I am extremely concerned about returning to school with no protection except what I purchased for myself. You have not considered everything and have no good plan. Code red, we can't pile kids together in a corner, keeping doors locked. We can't because we can't stand at our doors to let students in and be 6 feet away, and the list goes on. The next comment comes from Alice Beza. Why are surveys sent out when we do not have all the information? The seventh comment comes from Keisha Lopez. Are we going to go back to school when we have no PPE? There is no plexiglass. We have classes not big enough for social distances. We have classes over 25 students. How is this possible? We have no money to buy hand sanitizers. The students and parents have no idea what they're walking into. The next comment comes from Kristen Murphy. Hi, as a teacher, I desperately want to be back in the classroom. Having said that, I would be lying if I said I wasn't incredibly concerned. If the opening of school is not going to be done safely, I think we're opening yourselves up to teacher shortages, litigation, and unfortunately, potential death. I have several specific concerns, but my first is that, to the best of my knowledge, this district is not providing classrooms and teachers with PPE. As I sat in my faculty meeting today, I can tell you that my colleagues became most enraged when they learned that the district will not be provided plexiglass for classrooms, PPE for teachers, and temperature checks and procedures for student entry. There are other districts in Florida where the infection rate is much lower that are providing classrooms with plexiglass and teachers with PPE, face shields, and masks. The failure to provide these things is, in my opinion, a mistake, and I suspect you're going to get a ton of pushback on these issues. Why spend so much time talking about the opening of schools when the failure to put these safeguards in place will shut the schools down soon after opening? I recognize the difficulties involved with this situation, but at a minimum, teachers need to feel protected. The ninth comment comes from Kate Kahn. Hello, I say this as a mother who is at home with 3 children ranging in ages 3 to 11. On behalf of teachers, some of whom are family members and friends, I must say that a rush to open schools is irresponsible, to say the least. Teachers should not be forced to choose between their livelihoods and their health. Until the school board can ensure that teachers are not taking a risk by returning to work, the school should remain closed and online. Teachers are not babysitters. They are educators and human beings whose health should not be taken for granted. Thank you. And our last public comment that will be read into the record comes from Tracy Merlin. No one could have prepared us for 2020. The challenges and level of responsibility that sits on the school board's shoulder is heavy and unlike any other we have seen. We need to keep our students, faculty, and staff safe. While we may not have all the answers, giving teachers a 4-day deadline that lands on a Jewish high holiday does not seem to be the best practice in this situation. Teachers are being asked to decide to work 5 days a week from school or take a leave of absence. As educators, we're asked to look at data, analyze, and problem solve based on that data. In this instance, we need that same courtesy. How are teachers supposed to make this decision without knowing the data about COVID trends? Educators need to have the figures and numbers from Labor Day, which may create new trends. I believe Mr. Runcie shared that he needed to look at Labor Day numbers as well. In many people's lives, this is a life and death situation. How are teachers being asked to decide what they will do when school board has until, September 22nd? Wouldn't a well laid out plan help to ease the fear in so many people's minds? Sharing the plans for school safety before asking teachers to quickly make a life-altering decision by clicking a button is necessary. Lastly, teachers are guaranteed a safe work environment. There have been no answers provided about specific like mask mandates, restroom breaks, and having students eat in the classroom, which will spread germs at a much higher rate. I implore the Broward County School Board to think about the gravity of the decision you are asking teachers to make by this Friday with little to no information. Teacher morale is at an all-time low. Teachers have taken pay cuts like never before. The internet is ablaze with people talking about walking away from this profession in droves. More time is needed for teachers to make a decision that will be best for their health and their family's safety. Please reconsider this unreasonable deadline until teachers have all the facts. And Madam Chair, those are the 10 public comments that will be read into the record, taking into consideration the 5 public speakers at KCW.
Thank you. Juan, is the gentleman downtown ready to be able to share his comments as well?
Madam Chair, I know he's speaking with Ms. Myrick right now. Bear with me 1 second. Let me just find out what the status is.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair, he just went to get his documents real quick and he'll be speaking momentarily.
Thank you, Juan.
I don't, do I? So we're good? Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
During the September 1st board meeting, Attorney Myrick stated, and I quote, "Speakers should direct their remarks to the chair only and they are to refrain from calling out individual employees. This is not the place to air individual employee grievances because the other employee is not here to be able to defend themselves or to talk about it. So the gentleman speaking before us should refrain from using anybody's name regarding what he is commenting about." And then when I asked for clarification on this, I was not provided any. There is no language anywhere in the document that states that an employee and or personnel names may not be utilized. Further, this language is intentionally different from the rest of the sections at some points contained in section H, as it states should be instead of shall not or may not. Thus, the direction is a suggestion, not a mandate. What you told me last meetings on September 1st was not a mistake. You intentionally attempted to silence me. You should all be ashamed. The disconnect between the district and the school board stated commitments and their own practices is so great that they can't even agree to hold honest public meetings. There are only 4 reasons I can think of as to why this district and school board would protect Principal Darbar. She has dirt on them, they are corrupt, they are incompetent, and or they don't care. Which one of these answers is correct? I'll take a hand signal from any one of you. Just like my students, afraid of providing the wrong answer. To be clear, during the September 1st board meeting, I told you that while an employee at Everglades High School under the leadership of Principal Darbar, she took well over $1 million from teachers and students, and I have documents from the Public Records Department proving that she took hundreds of thousands of dollars from teachers. During that speech, I was told I could not mention names of employees of the district. The school board was more concerned with protecting their own image than they were with listening to the content therein. Since that time, there's been no inclusion of the allegations raised in the meeting agenda, and I have not received a single phone call in response to the messages that I left last week for every single board member. So with all due respect, if this is not the location to air individual employee grievances, then where is it? Because I have tried the grievance procedure, I have tried the school performance and accountability department, and I have now tried the school board. Broward County has failed my fellow teachers, its students, and me. I fought to find a mutually beneficial solution to my concerns, and hundreds of thousands of dollars that has been taken from teachers and hundreds of thousands of dollars that has been taken from students. You've complained that you are not kept in the loop and need transparency from the district. It appears, though, when there's something you can complain about, you grandstand. If there's something you must and can take action on, you take a step back. I have not kept anything from you. The district and the board has documents from the Public Records Department that prove my allegations that have not been utilized. You are out of excuses. You are either willfully ignorant of your duties or your obligations, or you are corrupt. I have continued to escalate this matter and will continue to do so. So if you will not take care of these concerns, where else do I go? The only options I have left are the Broward Office of the Inspector General, the Florida Department of Education, the FBI, and the legal system. In any case, we are running out of options, and I am not going away. So let's talk about how all of you fit into this. We're going to put aside all the laws because I don't have time to go through them since my time was cut. So for further concerns on these, you can talk to Attorney Myrick, but a bunch of them include felonies and forfeiture of retirement benefits. But remember, all of you voted on these policies and supported them. So policy 1007 states the personal responsibility of each board member to perform his or her official duties in a completely transparent and honest manner. It is the policy of the school board that each board member represents and works for the benefit of the people of Broward County. Explain to me how that fits in with not looking at public records documents about hundreds of thousands of dollars missing. And there's a whole bunch of other stuff in here, but I am not going to read it off. I will be back next week for it. I will simply state here at the end, policy 4306 states that board members and employee of the board are not covered under liability protection for punitive damages for willful and negligent conduct. The actions and lack thereof of the district and board regarding the lack of an investigation into the allegations that over $1 million was taken from teachers and students are the very definition of willful and negligent conduct. You are all potentially personally liable.
Thank you. So we're done with public comments. I do just need to make the statement that the full 4 minutes was afforded to the gentleman. I know he indicated that his time was cut, but we did provide the full 4 minutes in addition to the prior time that he was speaking on asking for clarification. With that, we are now going to move back to our board agenda. Our next item is E4. If I could have, I'm sorry. We started E2 and E3, and then we took it off the floor. If I could have a motion again on E2 and E3, please.
So moved, Brinkworth.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brinkworth, second by Dr. Osgood. Is there any audience input? Mr. Moquin.
Ms. Korn, E3 passed on consent.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. I have that. Thank you. So this is just E2.
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on item E2.
Thank you very much. To my colleagues, I have Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to staff for reaching out with regard to the question that I had. The question that I had to do with Overholt Construction was having their certification automatically revoked, and then they were certified by the EDDC. And it was explained to me that you can have not be a pre-qualified vendor, but have an EDD certification. But in part of the item, it indicated that Overholt was a vendor who had current work with the district. So I just want to have an understanding about how this works and what kind of outreach was done to this company for not submitting their paperwork to be pre-qualified.
Good afternoon, Ms. Brinkworth. This is Mary Coker, Director of Procurement and Warehousing Services. Thank you for your question. As I indicated, just to first address the first concern, specifically Overholt is no longer going to be a certified pre-qualified vendor. Therefore, they can no longer respond and be considered responsive to any bid that would require them to be pre-qualified related to any of the pre-qualifications, more so around the construction side. They can remain to be certified under SMWBE, and they are a small business. Their certification for SMWBE expired in March of 2020. So in this particular case, this vendor chose not to become recertified, and they let their certification expire also for EDDC. So they do have work currently today, and how the policy works around SREF requirements. The requirement is at the time of bidding, when you're going to respond, you have to be pre-qualified. Therefore, at the time of bidding, when they were awarded the work, they were pre-qualified, and they must continue to do the work as per the contract is stated. Therefore, we are monitoring and working alongside the program manager and facilities to ensure that they continue to do so the work as per required on contract and per their earlier pre-qualification requirements. This is possible for them to no longer be pre-qualified, but continue to do so the work, which is what is happening here. We did do outreach. We did reach out to them, and on several occasions. We do have specific times that we reached out to them, called them, emailed them. I have information here from my staff as to all the outreach that was done. They chose not to recertify.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. That's the extent of my questions, Madam Chair.
Ms. Corn, you're muted.
Thank you, Ms. Sprinkler. I don't see
I don't know
any
why I
other.
was muted.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
So with that, if we could have, I don't see any additional hands up. So all those in favor of E2, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. E2 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on E4?
So moved.
Second, Alda.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Alhadeff. Public input, Mr. Mogul?
Madam Chair, we received no public comment on this item.
Thank you. I have Ms. Bartleman.
I'm good. I apologize. It was supposed to be E5, and I already contacted Deidre and let her know. So thank you.
Okay, perfect. So all those in favor of E4 indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. E4 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on E6?
So moved, Brinkworth.
Moved by Ms. Brinkworth,
Second is good.
second by Ms. Good. Thank you very much. I have any audience input, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we have no public comment on item E6.
Thank you. I have Ms. Alhadeff on E6.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm referring to document 6, the evaluations. And the purpose of the evaluation form is to rate a supplier's performance. I see that we have evaluation forms from Mullings Engineering Services Landscape, but I don't see any of the evaluation forms from the Otis Sod Inc. Why is that?
Good afternoon, Ms. Alhadeff. Thank you very much for your question. We have currently only Mullings because Mullings is the only vendor. If you look at the financial analysis worksheet, that's been the only vendor that we've used thus far on this bid. All the spend has gone directly to them, so obviously we haven't used them. There wouldn't be a survey to evaluate their performance.
Okay, so this is their first time.
Well, this is a renewal. Therefore, we've had these bids for many years, and we have used ODMs in the past, but for this specific bid, which we're asking to renew, they have not. We have not used ODMs, and you can see that on the financial analysis worksheet. The spend has been all for Mullings, so there would be no survey on their performance or evaluation for their performance because they haven't performed.
Okay, but then why are they in the requested action, Otis Sod?
There, because, okay, so that's a great question. So this bid, it was awarded to 2 vendors. We had 3 vendors respond. It was awarded to 2 vendors. Mullings was awarded Group 1 and Group 2 as the primary vendor. And ODMs was awarded Group 2 as the secondary vendor. When do we use a secondary vendor? When the primary vendor can't perform. In this particular case, PPO has reached out to the primary and has always used the primary, as been the case, again, demonstrated in the financial analysis worksheet that shows all the spend has gone directly to Mullings.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. I don't see any additional hands up. So all those in favor of E6, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no. E6 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on E7?
So moved, Ms. Murray.
Moved by Ms. Murray, second by Ms. Good. Is there any audience input? Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we received no public comment on item E7.
Thank you, Mr. Moquin. To my colleagues, I have Ms. Bartleman.
Yeah, I had a conversation yesterday with Mr. Dunn. And I just wanted to put it on record because I had asked to bid out the iCloud because of the single sourcing by Mr. Hunter and what was given the explanation at the workshop, which I was troubled by, and I voted against it. And I just wanted to put on record as to why he's rejecting all bids and why it makes sense on this time, and that his commitment to go out for bids and view additional products. So, Mr. Dunn, can you please share what you shared with me?
Yes, good afternoon. Phil Dunn, Chief Information Officer. Through the chair, I just want to clarify that we are rejecting all bids because of our attempt to basically bid out our SAP cloud hosting in the wake of this pandemic, and us feeling like we're taking on too much risk on one hand, and us also having some price discovery by undertaking that bid, seeing that the current proposed contract that we're recommending in E9 to be renewed, EE9, that's basically in the middle of the pack of the responding vendors. So we're recommending renewal for 1 year, and we are going to continue making sure we have the best, most efficient pricing for these services with a reliable partner going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was it, Ms. Korn.
Thank you very much. Okay, so all those in favor of E7, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
It passes with one no vote. May I please have a motion and a second on E8?
So moved, Ms. Murray.
Second, Dr. Osgood.
Moved by Ms. Murray, second by Dr. Osgood. Is there any audience input, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we received no public comment on item E8.
Thank you very much. To my colleagues, I have Ms. Bartleman.
Yes, and Mr. Dunn, I just wanted to, I asked you yesterday and you didn't have the answer. Do you have the answer today? In detail? And by the way, you've been very, I just want to thank you for everything, even though I still voted against that item. Your explanation was incredibly, it was logical, made sense. I voted against it initially, and I'll just continue to be consistent. But I understand the reasoning. Okay, so go ahead. Can you explain why?
Yes, and thank you. Phil Dunn, Chief Information Officer, again through the chair. We are rejecting all bids due to a procedural misstep on our part. We effectively bid for both E-ratable equipment in this bid and non-E-ratable equipment all in one bid. And we've been advised that so that we don't imperil our E-rate funding in any way, we should separate those items in a subsequent bid we're going to put out once we reject this.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it, Ms. Korn. I was waiting to get that answer from yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. I don't see any other hands up. All those in favor of E8, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. E8 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on E9?
So moved, Ms. Murray.
Second, Rupert.
Moved by Ms. Murray, second by Ms. Rupert. Mr. Moquin, any comments on E9?
Madam Chair, we received no written comment on item E9.
Thank you very much. I will go to my colleagues then. I'm start with Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to staff for bringing this forward. I know we had a workshop conversation about it. I just wanted to follow up for the item that's included, and I apologize for not having the page number. Maybe I didn't mark it. What percent of operational efficiency, key performance indicators showing improvement? The baseline was 20, and I was just hoping that we could get, as a board, the update on those KPIs for operational efficiency.
Thank you. Through the chair, this is Deborah Posner, Executive
Yes,
Director. Thank you. Office of Strategic Initiative Management. Thank you for the great question. I'd like to defer to Mr. Peter Eschenbrenner, who works most closely with our leads on metrics, to help give some insights there.
Good afternoon, Peter Eschenbrenner, Director of Program Evaluation. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. We've been working with various leads around the district to secure these metrics, specifically the data for them. And we expect to have some updated information in the coming weeks in order to be able to provide additional details, hopefully as soon as the first quarter report scheduled for October 27th.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. This comment is not directed toward you or your department, but I will just say again, as I mentioned in the workshop, the ability for the board, I believe, to have that information prior to delivering an evaluation of the superintendent is critical. And so I would ask moving forward, although I will not be the board member, I would hope that that would be the practice moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, please.
I'm sorry. It's kind of piggyback on what Ms. Brinkworth said. She's been asking for that information for like the last month, and I'm not sure what the contract says, but is there a way to delay the turning in of the evaluation until she has it? Because it leaves, for a lot of us, it's gonna, we're not gonna have that information to include, so it's not an accurate reflection of everything that's gone on in that evaluation. So I don't know if that's something that can occur. We can delay it or we can't, but it only makes sense. We ask teachers to use data. Principals use data to drive evaluations of teachers, and we need data. And I just feel terrible that she continues to ask for this and we're unable to get it. So is that possible? Did you guys not hear me?
I would have to defer to Ms. Myrick. The superintendent's employment agreement specifically says that the evaluation will occur in September. So I think that there would have to be some kind of an amendment to the employment contract to move it out beyond that. And I don't know how formal it needs to be, or whether it can simply just be, on mutual agreement between the consensus of the school board members and the superintendent, but I defer to Ms. Myrick.
I would agree, Jeff, that there needs to at least be an informal amendment to the employment agreement, which means that it has to be agreed to by both sides, both the school board as well as Mr. Runcie.
Is there even an appetite for that at the board level? Okay. No one answered? Ms. Brinkworth has a hand raised. Okay.
Yeah, is anyone able to address this for Ms. Bartleman? I have multiple board members who have additional questions.
Right, that's because that was
Yeah, we just did.
We just did. They addressed it, but then I asked, is there even an appetite to further this discussion or not? It would be up to the board.
Okay, I see. I'm sorry. So Ms. Brinkworth, is it to her point or is it to another question?
No, it's to her point, and thank you, Ms. Bartleman, for raising the point that I've been asking the question actually longer than a month. I've been asking it for the past several times we've done the evaluation, but specific to this strategic plan, I did ask for that information. The only hesitation I have is the ability for me to complete an evaluation and have it come before the board before my term is up. So that would be my only consideration. I would look to have a mutual agreement to extend. I just don't know how quickly staff can get the information, because I believe the response was a few weeks.
Mr. Woods or Dr. Posner, can you give an update on where we are in finalizing the annual report?
Yeah, so I think I just want to make sure that addresses Heather Brinkworth's question. We are finalizing annual report. I think we communicated to the board maybe at the last board meeting or workshop that we're trying to accelerate that to have that completed by late September in order to provide input into Superintendent Runcie's evaluation. In that annual report, there will be a significant amount of data that's available to help in your evaluation. I will tell you that it will not be 100% of all the KPIs for various reasons, but we will be providing an annual report that will allow some input to help you in your evaluations of the superintendent. And that report is targeted for September or late September release. We're in the process of vetting it as we speak.
Ms. Korn?
Ms. Bartleman?
I just think the evaluations are due like next week. So you're saying you'll have it ready for us. The question is, are you going to have it ready for us prior to the due date we've been given? And I don't have the due date off the top of my head. So based on your comments, it sounds like you were trying to have it ready for us, but it's due next week.
Through the chair, the 25th.
Thank you. So it's due on the 25th. That's 10 days from now.
it can't be done, it can't be done, but just let
No,
everyone.
I don't. I often try not to overcommit. Dr. Posner, I don't know if you want to weigh in. You have the timeline. Is the 25th the date? Are we trying to target prior to the 25th? I know initially and historically it's been in October, and we've worked to accelerate it this month. And I know your team has been working feverishly around the clock, understaffed, by the way, to get this done. I just don't know if the 25th is the date that we are targeting. Can you respond to that, please? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Woods. Through the chair, our targeted publication date has been set for September 30th. That being said, it is in a review period right now, as you mentioned, with cabinet. We could accelerate to be ready by the 25th, pending completion of that review period. But also, as you indicated, still not all data will be present even in this annual report due to limitations of data availability from certain areas, but it will have more data than has been previously presented in our prior workshops, which may be useful.
Okay, so I think Ms. Bartleman, you've presented your concern. You've asked for your colleagues to weigh in. Ms. Brinkworth, I know, has said something. We've gotten the feedback. This is really not about tying it to the evaluation. I understand that that's important for you from a time frame perspective for the evaluation. I just don't want us to be going down something that's not specifically affiliated with the passing of this item.
I got it. Ms. Corn,
okay.
I just want to say that
Perfect.
even if
So
the target date is due 25th, our submission date is the 25th, so it can't be done. I was just trying to help my colleague. So I hope make sure they do that for everyone.
So next I have Miss Rupert.
Thank you. Gosh, I wrote my questions on another piece of paper. Thank you to Mr. Woods and Dr. Posner for your information. But I'm trying to remember what we asked for over the last several months. It wasn't like Ms. Brinkworth said. It's certainly not something that has just kind of jumped up and oops, here it is. It's been time and time again that these KPIs have been asked for so we can have a more data-driven evaluation process, which I 100% support. If the actual data is in draft form and it's going through APG right now, I'll take the draft form, or I'll take all your data. Give me all the raw data that you have on this, and I'll take it all and look through everything myself. But, and stop me if I'm wrong, Miss Myrick, but when it's numbers, data, contracts, information that we need to do our job, and we are not being afforded them at an opportune time, we are allowed to get a copy of whatever is in our system at this time. So I would like to request the copy of the KPI data that is within APG's hands to be able to hand to us. And if that is too difficult for staff, I don't think it would be, but give me all the raw data, and I'm familiar enough to go through all that to be able to do what I need to do with this E9 item. Ms. Myrick, did you have something to say?
Well, my only thing to say is you're certainly entitled to anything that the district has. The issue is that it's in a form. I don't think it's at APG. I don't think that's what I heard, but if I didn't hear it correctly, I apologize. But I think that the staff has the ability to provide it to the board at one time and to the board in a manner in which it is intelligible and can make sense out of. So that would be my recommendation, that they certainly have they should have the ability to provide that to you. And but that's up to the board.
Yes, well, I'm putting it out that way. And I believe Dr. Posner did say, and please, Dr. Posner, please cut me off or tell me if I'm wrong. You're fabulous. I love you. please, somewhere, either you or Mr. Woods said that the draft form was in APG or in staff's hands right now. Can you explain or tell me what that actual sentence was?
So Dr. Posner, let me lead in and then, so through the chair, I think the request is reasonable. I think the request is reasonable. I think we don't have an issue providing a draft, splashing draft on it, and then when it's finalized, presenting a follow-up copy. We're very excited about the data and the outcomes that are in the report. So we view this as an opportunity to actually provide that information to you. I think the report is very reasonable, and we have no concerns with that. Dr. Posner, is there anything you wanted to add to that?
Yes.
I agree with you, Mr. Woods.
And can you tell me, Dr. Posner, was it said that it was in APG's hands?
It's in a review period with cabinet and other senior leaders around the district who are data owners or initiative leads, just making sure that every detail is right, every I is dotted and so on. But it is in a form which would be intelligible and easy enough to read and follow.
Thank you. And I stand beside my colleagues and give them a stamp of approval that they can read this data and they can comb through it and see all the little golden nuggets that actually come to the top, which is what I'm looking for, is to see which one of our departments is doing way, way, way better than all the rest. And I'm thinking they're all here, so let's see what KPIs are good and what aren't. So I don't know if I need to make a motion for that, if I need to do a public records request for that. But that's my comments on this, and I look forward to my colleagues weighing in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have Ms. Bartleman. I'm sorry, Dr. Osgood.
Thank you, Ms. Corn. I think that we all use whatever tools we need to use for evaluation, and it hasn't been my experience that I've never asked for something that I was denied an opportunity to get. I would like to just go on record to say that as we move forward, if we look to tie specific measurables to any evaluation, we need to do it on the beginning of the process so that the process has integrity. For example, if I'm going to play a basketball game and my coach is going to make me run suicides if I don't score 20 points, I need to be told that on the onset of the game so that I will know that that is the specific measurement that I'm going to be measured by. So as we continue to go down this road, and I certainly think it's the right road for us to go down, because we can be honest that evaluation processes are subjective. So if we get into delineating some specific things, we can then have some objective measurements that we say quantitatively you met this or you didn't. But I think that needs to be decided before the evaluation period instead of after the evaluation period. And I still see Ms. Bartleman, is your hand still up?
No, but is it up?
Yeah.
Not supposed to be up.
Okay. Is there any other discussion? Okay, Ms. Corn, you're back. You have it.
Thank you. Yes. All those in favor of E9, please indicate by saying aye.
Wait, Ms. Corn.
Yes.
I had some comments.
Oh, sorry, I don't have your hand up, and I'm
sorry, I didn't see it either. Sorry, Ms. Alladale.
Yes, Ms. Alladale.
No,
thank you.
Told it before. So I did have a question, a comment or asking is, when you talk of, say, the baselines are as of the 2019 school year, are you referring to the 2019-20 school year?
Yes, thank you for the great question, Deborah Posner, Executive Director, SIM. I'll invite Mr. Eschenbrenner again to speak to the baselines and targets.
Yes, good afternoon. Peter Eschenbrenner, Director of Program Evaluation. Ms. Alhadeff, yes, it's actually 2019 refers to the 2018-19 school year.
Oh, 18-19 school year. Okay. And then on page 12, where you talk about the number of positive news media reports and then your target goal for 2024, how did you come up with the number 489? The baseline was 383, and then you came up with number 489.
I can speak to that. That target was developed in collaboration with the Office of Communications, and based on that collaboration, the number was based on a projected desired increase of 5% per year over the baseline.
Okay, well, I'd hope it would be a lot more than that. Okay, and then as far on page 37, and where we're talking about the annual outcomes report, and I do agree with my colleagues that it should be given and provided to us before the board evaluates the superintendent. And if that can't happen this year, that moving forward in the next years, that it does happen. And then on page 35,
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, just pulling it up. Okay. Can you explain where it says realign BCPS school improvement plan to BCPS strategic plan and accreditation standards?
Sure, I'm happy to speak to this on a high level, but for any more details, I would defer to the initiative leader, executive sponsor, or we could provide follow-up. But at a high level, the particular bullet you're referring to is one of our continuous improvement tactics. And it's really just speaking to the overall effort district-wide to align all goals to the strategic plan. And in particular, at this time of year, if the plan is being recalibrated, then goals, objectives across all schools and departments should be realigned accordingly. The parenthetical, in addition to accreditation standards, again, that's just clarifying that we always align to multiple frameworks, right? So for accreditation, for compliance, for any legislative statutes, and within our own district, our strategic plan, we have to align accordingly with our goals.
Okay, thank you. And I thought it was really interesting, the valuable feedback from the student sample artifacts. And I saw that it was all from elementary school students. I think it would have been also impactful to bring in some middle school and high school artifacts.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yes. So we did survey and receive feedback through focus groups and other forums and committees from all levels of the district. It's just that above elementary school, that was done digitally and by doing some analysis of feedback at a much larger aggregate level. But for our elementary school students, that had to be done in a format that was consumable by them and age appropriate. So that's why we had the paper artifacts for them only.
Okay. Well, thank you to the SIM team for the detailed plan, and I look forward to helping the district reach their goals and for the district's 2024 strategic plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, all those in favor, oh, sorry, Ms. Rupert, you have your hand up on this item?
Yes, just for clarification. So the information that was talked about, I'll be able to get it?
Yeah, Ms. Rupert, this is Jeff. I asked Dr. Neesmith to go ahead and capture a follow-up item for staff to distribute a draft report to board members.
Okay, within?
It shouldn't take, it should be this week.
Oh, perfect, Jeff. Okay, thank you. That's it. That's it, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All those in favor of E9, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. E9 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion in a second on EE 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9.
So moved. Sorry.
Madam Chair, E5 was withdrawn, I believe.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have that note and I don't have yes. So if I could have that motion again on EE 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, and 9.
So moved, Ms. Good.
Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Rupert. Is there any public input on EE 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public input on items EE 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, or 9.
Thank you very much. To my colleagues, I have, sorry, one second. I have Ms. Alhadeff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have one question on EE1. How is the grant funding newsletter communicated to principals and teachers?
Maurice
Good
Woods, Chief
afternoon.
Strategy and Operations Officer. That email, or that's distributed via email through to multiple stakeholders.
So it goes to our teachers?
I know it goes to, I believe it goes to the principals. I will have to double check on the teachers, to be honest with you. Oftentimes we allow our principals to disseminate information to teachers. I need to double check on that before answering.
Okay, because
So
there
this
was
is, this is Stephanie
she's online.
Williams-Lewis. Good afternoon, board members, Superintendent Runcie. Thank you for your question, Ms. Alhadeff. The newsletter is distributed to each school in the district through our grant liaison, who's that point of contact, and they distribute it then to their colleagues. It is also posted on our Facebook page, as well as our LinkedIn and Twitter account, also the Grants Administration website. We also have teachers who specifically, when they participate in our workshops, sign up to receive it as well. So it goes out to over 2,000 members that are signed up, and all of those other platforms, as well as email that Mr. Woods mentioned.
What's your Facebook name?
It's at Grants. Let me make sure. It's actually in my signature line of my email. Just let me make sure I give you the right link. Just bear with me 1 second. Sorry about that. It's actually highlighted also in the newsletter as well. Let me just pull it up. It's on the very last page. All of the social media contact information is at BCPS_grants, both on Facebook and Twitter.
Okay, thank you. Because there is so much valuable information in
Yes.
the newsletter. I just want to make sure that it was effectively being communicated. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for your question.
Thank you, Ms. Alhadeff. I also have Ms. Rupert.
Hey guys, thank you. Stephanie, really awesome job. Just incredible what you guys have done. This is just, by the way, you look awesome too. That's a side comment. But
Thank you. I
really
appreciate that.
nicely done, very nicely done. You know, just what you've done, what you're planning on doing, how to help people find it. It's really great. It's really, really great. So thank you for that. Like I always do, I like to mention a few of our departments that are receiving some grants. On C, I wanted to congratulate Dr. I always say her name wrong. I'm just going to say Dr. M and Susie Cantrick for receiving the $789,000 plus money, which will help our teachers become K-12 computer science certified, which is awesome. And then I wanted to call attention to, to E, where it talks a little bit about the, coronavirus prevention and response. For this particular ad, it's section E. It's for sanitation and cleaning. And while I was reading it, I thought, what an absolutely wonderful opportunity to bring a large percentage of more of our smaller and SWMBE local businesses in the cleaning and the sanitation aspects of their company. Let's identify what we're currently doing in ordering this particular, the actual sanitation and the actual cleaning products, and find out what's the price lines. Let's really put the money into our local community, and what will be our goal for this. Is there an API for this particular item? And I really just wanted to say that this is an opportunity for our local MWMBEs. I hope that we do take this and kind of, I want to hear what we're doing about this, what we've been doing so far with the money that we've received for cleaning and sanitation, and how it can be more locally with our schools really getting more partnerships in their community. So I just see a great opportunity for our local businesses here, and really don't know how to ask it. So whatever I said, if I said it incorrectly, I apologize. I'm just excited that this is district wide, and it's going, I hope, goes to a large percentage of our SWMBEs. So I don't know if staff can answer that. Oh, Mr. Woods, there you go.
So through the chair, if I can just make a brief comment. So first of all, thank you for that. We are on the same page, and I think the board has been adamant about inclusion. I want to start by acknowledging our efforts on the PPE side. I know that procurement and some of the departments and divisions that we've been working with have prioritized that, and we have a significant amount of representation on the PPE side. As it relates to sanitation, I also know that we've actually been doing some outreach to some local minority vendors to try to help plug some of the gaps that's associated with that. I believe that we can take this topic offline, and I can work with procurement and EDDC and maybe put together a memo or something to that effect to just talk about some of the outreach that we've done. As you know, this is kind of work in progress. So I think it will continue to be opportunities for us to build our local vendors and our minority vendors into the work that we do here in the district. But thank you for connecting that dot. Appreciate it.
And thank you for hearing me and being able to go into the community and do that. But even lower than that, I mean, besides, we're talking primes, what about our subprimes? What about the $5,000 to $50,000 price point range? I just see, they've been hurting. We all know that. We all hear from our businesses here in Broward County, and this is an opportunity that I know that this board will want to put an emphasis on our SWMBEs. So thank you for receiving this, and I know Judy Marte was very relevant in this, and it's wonderful. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rupert.
Oops, I forgot another one. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
You know what? I had 3 more things to go, but I'll let you, because I know you like to do some grants. But just know if you were if you were in my district, I'm happy you got grants, just for the essence of time.
Yes, and so we have actually quite a response of schools. This time, the Autism Services Council grant is a $5,000 request from Cross Creek Center School through the efforts of the principal, Andrea Swift. Additionally, we have hold on, sorry, I flipped to the wrong page. At Glades Middle School, National Science Teachers Association was awarded in the amount of $2,597 to Glades Middle School on behalf of one of our teachers there, Brenda Farkas. Additionally, at Lions Creek Middle, there was a $1,000 award for the No Kid Hungry and Dairy Council of Florida Breakfast Challenge. That was on the efforts of the principal, Vernica Winter. Also at Wingate Oak Center, through the efforts of our teacher, Samantha Seeberger, as well as the Business Support Center, Mabel Lopez, a $500 award for the Scott's Miracle Grow Foundation for Kids Gardening. And those are our school level. And I know that there are obviously some much more significant dollars at the district level, but we just always want to make sure that we recognize our staff at our local level, our teachers, our support staff, and our principals, administration, for what they do at their school level. The impact that they have is really immeasurable for them at each of these schools and the programs that they're able to support and to bring in. With that, I have Ms. Levinson's hand up.
Yes, thank you. I had asked to speak to this item at the beginning. I would like to know the coronavirus item on page 6. Is that in addition to the CARES Act money that we had previously received? Or we had previously designated that we were receiving?
Good afternoon, Ms. Levinson. Stephanie Williams-Lewis, Director of Grants. Yes, that is in addition to the initial CARES Act money.
Okay, thank you. I got disconnected earlier. My internet went out. But I wanted to, and probably someone commented on it, but I really wanted to comment on the Verizon grant in here, which can impact so many of our students in our middle schools, and commend staff for that grant. And then I would like to get some follow-up on what we're doing to address more private foundations and corporate foundation grants as a district. I bring it up all the time. I would like to receive some follow-up in writing about how we are approaching that and what we are planning to do to try to get some of those dollars.
We can provide you with the follow-up, no problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you had called on that item as well, so I apologize for not calling you before. With that, all those in favor of items EE 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, and 9, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Items pass unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on EE 10?
So moved, Rupert.
Second, Ms. Good.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Good. Is there any audience input? Mr. Moquin.
Madam Chair, we received no public comment on item EE10.
Thank you very much. If I could, to my colleagues, I have Ms. Levinson.
Grabbing the item.
Oh, she's disappeared.
10.
Ms. Levinson has pulled a disappearing act.
No, I was
There
just
she is.
grabbing the
Okay.
item. Sorry. Okay. I know I asked questions about this last year, and I thank staff for having much more information this time in the backup. But I'd really like to get an explanation about why we think this is tremendously successful. In the reading this quite thoroughly, I see very mixed results.
So thank you. This is Dan Gold, Chief Academic Officer. I'm also going to call for readiness our Executive Director for Early Learning and Language Acquisition, Dr. Lori Canning.
And let me just tell you, I'm familiar with what this does, so I don't need you to go into the whole background about it.
That's fine. So what I want
to talk about the metrics and the outcomes and why we continue with this.
So I believe the short answer, given your awareness of everything, that we have identified the implementation challenges at the schools where it has not been successful in order to have them replicate the success of where it has been successful. That is not an inherent characteristic of the approach of the support services we procure with this, but it is the implementation challenges, and in particular, one, staff turnover from year to year and what we need to do in order to get new staff up to speed in order to do it. And two, how schools use the professional learning community time at the schools where it is successful and to replicate those practices at the schools that have not seen the same results. That we believe that for that limited fraction of schools who are some of our most challenged when it comes to getting on grade level literacy, this continues to be appropriate. Dr. Canning, what would you like to add?
Thank you, Mr. Gold. Lori Canning, Executive Director for Early Learning Language Acquisition. And yes, I agree that there were certain implementation factors in schools that caused them not to have the same results. However, in the schools that did implement with fidelity, as you will see in the results, they skyrocketed like nothing that we had seen before. Results not only with benchmark assessment system or BAS results, primary reading test, but also with the Florida Standards Assessment in third grade reading. Those results not only skyrocketed that first year, but they've been able to continue to maintain those results due to the intensive focus on teaching early literacy and support from not just the coaches that are in the classroom, the teachers that are in the classroom, but support as the district as a whole as well. So it's by using and looking to see how come we didn't have those results across all of those schools that we've been able to truly modify the process that they have now, have these expanded into the new additional schools so that we look forward to seeing more consistent results across the board with all of our new schools that we are in.
Okay, and the fidelity of implementation, I think you addressed that well. As far as the turnover, are you telling me that only the schools that have not had the results that we're seeking have had the high turnover?
No, but what we did was try and separate the successful participants from the flat to non-successful participants. The plurality were certainly successful. So when we began pulling apart what were differences, one of the things we look at is how long have the grade level teachers been assigned to those grade levels within a given school. So it's sometimes new teachers coming in, and at other times it's teachers being taken from fourth grade to second grade or first grade, wherever it may be. That internal turnover, it's the same staff, but different assignments, was a factor in many of these schools. And those people had a significant learning curve up front. We've worked with the schools and with the provider to bring those folks up to speed before rather than simultaneously with the return of students.
Okay, well, thank you for your response. And I will support it this year based on what you're saying you've done with the implementation in those schools, but I am expecting to see different outcomes in those schools if and when you bring this forward next year.
Thank you. We certainly expect all our implementation to be high quality, and we'll strive to make sure we correct it when it's not.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And I also have Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague, Ms. Rich Levinson, for starting the conversation. I, too, had some questions after reviewing the data. And so looking back on the grant was originally submitted back in July of 2015. So the resources have been impacting our students and teachers and our district staff for 4 years now. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so, well, first, let me just say, we call out a double-digit increase on Sterling Elementary, and then we say it's a 9-point increase. So I don't know why it says that when the math, unless there's some decimal involved that's not showing there, but the math shows that it's a 10% increase. So we probably just want to fix that. And that's in one of the charts on page 2 in the middle chart. And then are we looking at the data longitudinally, are we looking at the data longitudinally at all? Because it's one of the things that I've pushed for since I've been on the board. And when I looked at the data charts and I tried to look at it from that perspective, it was all over the place. And I know that mobility of students plays into that some. So exactly. I guess if there's a ability for us to utilize the dashboards, which I'm assuming is what you're doing, to look at the information and isolate the mobility as a factor, remove that factor as much as we possibly can. I know because for some of the populations it's so high that it does impact the whole group. But I just want to say that I'm concerned about what the longitudinal data shows. For some of these, it's not impressive. And I'm particularly concerned about the gaps that occur, and I have brought this up from my first moment on the board, the gaps that occur from AP3 to AP1 of the following year. It is very clear that one of two things could be happening, right? There's not a good AP3 BAS administration, or there's not a good AP1 BAS administration. That's one thing that could be happening. But the other thing that could be happening that is more likely is significant summer slide for many of these students. And so we have got to be serious as a district about addressing that issue. And so I just want to say that the data that you provided here brought that again to the forefront of my mind. And so, you know, one of the questions that I thought when I was reading this was how most grants are designed to provide an opportunity for the district to create a sustainable model. And I know these are paid, you know, with specific funding, and it's the ability for us to bring these resources to the district. But what have we done as a district over these 4 years to create a plan for sustainability moving forward, if in fact we weren't going to be utilizing this particular entity to provide the resources? And if in fact our dollars were to be cut through a grant process, how could we, if we have what we would call significant gain, significant change, significant impact, how are we creating a plan moving forward for sustainability?
And I can share that CLI has played an integral role with our literacy team and our elementary learning team in creating our comprehensive literacy plan, in creating our professional development and resources, and our rollout for factors of contributing to early literacy. They have been right there alongside of us, not just working with the schools that we are targeting, but working with the district and our literacy coaches so that we can make a more sustainable and strategic impact. Now, the main difference is how we're making an impact at these schools is having additional personnel in those schools who work alongside the coaches, work alongside the students, along with the additional resources. So they are working with us to help build models that is going to continue and live on even after that partnership ends.
So what I'd like to add to be fully responsive to you, Ms. Brinkworth, is one, I want to say that your push for longitudinal analysis is something that has produced longitudinal dashboards that do have mobility as a slicer. We began that work around FSA rather than around our early literacy work, and that is available as part of our college and career readiness. It's still in draft form. It's what I'll call one of the victims of our COVID distraction. We had stopped development on it over the last 6 months, but it has not fallen off our radar. And the need to bring cohort longitudinal analysis to all forms of district intervention remains a high priority. I want to emphasize that we have heard you and we have taken action around it, because the class of 2033 is going to progress year by year, and we don't want to compare them with the class of 32 or 29 or any of the other ones. That's the language that we have moved to within our student assessment and research and throughout academics and OSPA. Secondly, our literacy field guide continues to be updated in real time, so that when we first launch it, it'll be 3.5 years ago now. We have modified it as we move forward, and many of the practices, particularly around our literacy field, our literacy coaches, and then staff from the literacy department, has been informed by the kinds of best practices we've drawn from CLI. So they have, in addition to what Dr. Canning said, you'll see that work reflected in that documentation.
So thank you for that. Thank you for that response, and thank you for being responsive to my request for really shifting how the district looked at data and how that was important to our students' progress. But my question then is, are we looking at, since you said that the practices that are being utilized through the benefit of what we're receiving through this grant are then being integrated into the literacy guide for district-wide use, are we finding that there are places within the district that have those best practices that they're utilizing based on the grant. I guess what I want to see happen is I want to see the benefit of the grant be expanded beyond the schools that are included, and it be something that becomes a district-wide model, something that really has significant impact on literacy rates. You know, that is my passion. It is something that it's so important to our community long term. It impacts the economic disparities. It impacts criminal justice issues. It impacts so much more than just here today, the literacy rates. And so it's very important to me that when we are making an investment, that we're utilizing that investment to best benefit the entire district. So I appreciate you saying that they are being rolled into those guides, those best practices. I just want to make sure that we're examining them and looking further to maybe something that's outside of the grant that we could be doing across the district, which I know you're doing. I just want to reiterate it because I have the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All of those in favor of EE10, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Ms. Murray, did you have your hand up or are you just voting?
Yeah, well, I did have my hand up, but that's okay. I
All
was
those in
just going to reiterate something that Ms. Brinkworth had said, but that's okay.
All those in favor of EE10, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those say no. EE10 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on EE11?
So moved, Ms. Good.
Moved by Ms. Good,
Second, Alda.
second by Ms. Alhadeff. Any in-audience input, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we received no public comment on item EE11.
Thank you very much. All those in, sorry, and to my colleagues, I have Ms. Levinson.
Yes, thank you. Just a very quick question on this. Why are we adding yet another dual enrollment university?
Mr. Gold, you're on mute.
Thank you, Mr. Moquin. I apologize to the board and community. So thank you for allowing us to highlight this particular and fairly unique partnership. This is not a dual enrollment agreement in the way in which we have traditionally brought these forward with the board, and in fact have had to reach out to the state for clarification on this. This is a partnership around equity that provide Tier 1 national university access to our students at the price of $250 a seat. It is an extremely exciting partnership. This national equity partnership is hopefully this is the first of what will be several partnerships with Ivy League and Tier 1 research universities around the country aimed at students of poverty, students in communities that have been challenged, to provide them with national, not just state, partnerships. We are one of the first districts in the country to roll this out. I think there's fewer than a half dozen that are participating with it. It does not carry the same financial burden that we have seen with others as private foundations raise the remaining fund balance for the seats at these universities. This is a great and exciting thing.
Okay, what I would ask for in the future is that you please include it in our backup, because then I would not have to ask you the question. When you read the page here, it looks just like any other dual agreement that we've had. And based on what you're telling me, this is something very exciting that I definitely would support, but I just would request that you please include it in the backup so we have a better understanding of what it is in the future.
I apologize for not drawing the unique nature of this and including it in the executive summary and backup materials. I'll be sure to distinguish such things in the future.
Okay, but thank you for the explanation. Appreciate it. That's it, Ms. Korn.
Thank you. So I have Ms. Murray.
No.
Oh, your hand is up. So
I'm sorry, that's the last one.
That's okay. All those in favor of EE11, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. EE11 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on EE12?
So moved, Dr. Osgood.
Second, Alda.
Moved by Dr. Osgood, second by Ms. Alhadeff. Audience input on EE12, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we received no public comment on item EE12.
Thank you very much. I have Ms. Levinson.
Thank you. I know we've discussed this item in workshops and with our reopening, and that under COVID, we're in a very different situation as far as relying on more technology than usual with virtual learning and not knowing what's going to happen during the course of the year as we progress. But my question to you is, although I do support this for 1 year, I want to know why there was a 2-year agreement made, because I am not so sure that in the second year, I would support using this to this degree.
So thank you very much, Ms. Levinson, for the question. So I'm going to very openly share the dynamics that went into that recommendation. One is we are nearing the end of the Florida standards. Already, our kindergarten and first grade students have transitioned to the Florida BEST standards, which will go into effect for all students in the 22-23 school year. So that this agreement finishes out our progress monitoring tool set for Florida standards in grades 3 through 8. Secondly, this COVID.
But we didn't always use that prior to this year.
But more than 80% of our schools have been using this instrument, in this case, Curriculum Associates iReady, prior to it. So while not universal, and this agreement does make it universal to finish us out under Florida standards, the CARES Act funding is available for both years. But as importantly, the COVID impact will not just be a school year 2021 reality. And having the same baseline for progress monitoring to compare for the 2 years, we do anticipate having the return to full classroom instruction based on vaccine availability, fingers crossed, by the time we reopen school next August. We need to have a good, consistent monitoring tool that carries us from before the pandemic, through the pandemic, and the year after the pandemic. It is our intent with the adoption of new ELA and mathematics materials in the next 2 years under BEST to embed these kinds of progress monitoring tools into our instructional materials adoption so that we no longer have to bring forward separate progress monitoring to the board.
Okay, thank you. And my second comment is, and this was on the testing item that is included in this agenda. And it says it in here that this will be used for K through 8. So is that correct?
Yeah.
The availability is K-8, that is correct.
Okay, so again, my concerns become with students who are well above where they need to be. We in that testing document, it says that every student will be using iReady. So is that for diagnostic purpose? Is that for making every student go on X amount of minutes per week? Because I just don't see how you put kids who are above where they need to be onto a computer to be doing something X amount of minutes per week.
So, Ms. Rich Levinson, I'm going to attempt to be funny here. It's almost as if you are reading my email this morning. So just this morning, I had a question arise about whether or not iReady Diagnostic was appropriate for our students enrolled in EMF and GEM.
Mm-hmm.
I provided direction.
Precisely the students, yes.
I provided direction via email to the Director of Secondary Learning, the Department of Mathematics, as well as the cadre directors, that a formal pivot memo will be coming saying that those students are not to have the diagnostic applied to them, as the use of this tool for FSA in mathematics is not appropriate, right? So that's already carving out an exception. For licensing purposes, the tool is available. And if students either revert back from a GEM class to a FSA standard grade level class where they're now going to take a grade 6, 7, or 8 exam rather than Algebra 1 or Geometry or one of the others, that license is there for them. The pricing structure of these contracts, as you have expressed previously with frustration, is about the number of students in grade levels, right? It's not per user in that sense. So the licensing is for all, but the application is most students with some rare exceptions. We also have students at the other end who are on access points who this tool set may not be used for, right? So it's a soft all, not an absolute all.
And I appreciate that, but it's also not just our most advanced, our EMF and our GEM students. You have students who are a year ahead in math. Is the iReady, it's now being used for two different purposes. It's used for the diagnostic, which is for almost everyone, but I'm then talking about the practice where students are put on a computer, where I believe students learn better from teachers, not from sitting on a computer.
So now I've addressed the diagnostic use,
Correct.
right? And we talked about exempting them. So now let me turn to the instructional utilization of it. The instructional utilization recommendation, and we are working very closely, and by we, I mean the Office of Academics and the Office of School Performance and Accountability, meeting every Friday with the vendor for an hour to ensure that our schools are adhering to the 45 minutes a week for ELA and math, and that we can run the reports showing which schools, which teachers may be exceeding that. Now that is the recommended use case in order to have students improve on the diagnostics, in the belief, and it's got a fairly strong statistical correlation, that the diagnostic is predictive of performance on FSA, right? We now also have the need to comply with our innovative reopening plan submitted to the state, which says that we will use a diagnostic for progress monitoring that we have to report to the state. The instructional component that you are asking about now is in support of the question format and content sequence that the diagnostics use. Our curriculum and the iReady curriculum is close in scope and sequence. It's not identical. So they work blended together in order to help give schools information to make the right instructional decisions. And teachers can use the playlist, which sequences it for students, or override that and assign particular instructional units to the students when they notice that a student may be struggling or is above grade level and can go outside of the playlist, a sixth grader move to seventh grade. So while we've got a standard implementation, individual teachers do have the authority to modify that for the best interests of learners.
But you're saying that every student will be expected to be on it X amount of minutes per week, K to 8.
We are recommending, and this also went out in a pivot memo recently, that it's 2 to 8 in terms of the 45 minutes a week. We've worked to modify it for K1.
Okay, I just have to tell you that I strongly disagree with that for many of our students. Again, I don't think that's the type of education we want to be giving students when they are above grade level. I don't think that's what you do with students. So
I think this is well worth a soon not to be put off too long workshop, because I think this is an incredibly important conversation.
Yes, I do too. So I would hope and I would request, Mr. Runcie, that, you know, I've asked about having discussion about how we're going to measure student achievement in this time. And I hope that when we have that discussion, that this could be part of that discussion.
Yeah, absolutely. It makes a lot of sense. So we'll definitely include that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I believe, hold on a second. Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague who addressed a couple of the questions that I had. I guess one of the questions that I had, because it is a 2-year agreement, it only outlines PD for the first year. Is that correct?
That is correct, and I know that procurement had some discussions with the vendor. We were hoping to absorb some of that professional development from this year into next year, since now it's universal. We don't have to bring on new schools, which we will need to do this year, particularly in the middle school space.
Okay, and then along the same lines of the PD question on page 1, where it talks about curriculum associates shall provide SBBC with getting good data and preparing for the diagnostic from home training by no later than October 15th, 2020. Is that something that has already occurred? Because I do know from emails that we've received, and obviously from my own child's experience, that the diagnostics are already being implemented or have already been implemented.
For many of our schools, they've already received that training under the previous contract. The vendor did provide that. I will also say that many of our schools began administering the tests or the diagnostic assessment, let me be fair, the diagnostic assessment as soon as we had established the first window, which was last Tuesday, the 8th of September, which was the day after Labor Day. Given our cadence of social emotional learning first, then grade level instruction, then the launching of diagnostics, and just because this is going to probably be my last chance to emphasize it, interim reports are now available for all of our students through the Clever Launchpad. Parents can go on and see secondary grades now, and if their student received an interim report. So all of these forms of instruction and feedback are continuing to move forward in spite of the pandemic conditions.
Thank you. On just, this is just on page 2, I just want to make sure that there isn't anything missing on section, the section B at the bottom. It says for and district school-based instructional coaches. Was there anything else that was supposed to be in there that would necessitate an and?
I'm looking, Dr. Mancini, can you help me here? I'm trying to flip over to.
This is Dr. Mancini, Director of Elementary Learning. Are you talking about the bullet at the very bottom of page 2?
Page 2, section B, where it says for and district/school-based instructional coaches. Was there another entity that should have come before the and, or is the and just an error?
The and is an error because they all should read the same.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure. With regard to the force majeure language, I just wanted to have an understanding about what that looks like. I know it says 3 PD on-site or face-to-face or actual individuals coming here, right? It's not our expectation that we're receiving the PD virtually. Is that correct? Meaning the people who are delivering the PD are local?
Yes, the people delivering the PD are local at this time. Since no PD is occurring face-to-face, any PD would be conducted virtually until we are allowed to conduct PD following CDC guidelines.
Okay, and so I just wanted to make sure that obviously the force majeure includes pandemic, and I just wanted to make sure that we are going to be receiving the PD through whatever means is appropriate at whatever levels are continued in the contract, and that our current COVID situation is not going to preclude that from happening at all.
You're correct. It will continue. They will receive the services.
All right, thank you. And then my final question is with regard to the actual pricing on Exhibit A, page 2 of 2. This is probably a really simple answer, but it has the math and reading site licenses, and the only differentiation I could see in the item numbers was the number or the quantity of site licenses in each item. And so unless there's something significantly different in each type of site license, I would like to better understand why we are paying in some instances more because we're buying them in fewer allocations for the site licenses, and so why we wouldn't purchase more of a particular item number rather than the ones that we have spread across this item. Did that make sense? I don't know if that made sense.
The question makes sense. I'm trying to catch up, and I'm not sure I know that several different people in procurement worked on this and would provided tremendous support to us. So if they can offer any help.
Ms. Brinkworth, this is Dr. Mancini. Let me see if I can try and help. I'm looking at Exhibit A, which has the pricing structure, and you are looking at where it says quantity, list price, net price, and total. Are you looking at that section?
Yes, I would like to have an understanding of how each item number is differentiated other than the fact that it's per site license. So for instance, item number 15012.0 is for licenses for reading and math, site licenses 1,201 or more students, 2 years. And then just as an example, item 15007.0 is, in my mind, the same site license. It's just for a different quantity, so 200 or fewer students for 2 years. And I wanted to have an understanding of why the different site licenses configurations were utilized rather than the largest ones, 1,201 or more, to satisfy whatever the need is. Obviously, if it was more than 24, whatever the number is, if we needed to add an additional, that would be fine. But I just didn't understand. It indicates 1201 or more, why we would then use the other items, which are all varying prices.
Yes, because that is the pricing structure used by iReady. It's a range of students. So the school's enrollment falls within that range. So that is the pricing range that they fall within. The highest range is 1,201 plus. So if you were to have 1,500 students, you would fall in that category. If you had 1,201 students, you'd fall in that category. If you had 1,200 students, you drop to the category below.
Okay, so I'm going to need someone from procurement and warehousing services or purchasing, or someone, probably Ms. Coker, I don't know, to help me understand. I could understand if we were an individual school purchasing, that would be the model that we would utilize for a per site license price. But I don't understand the 6th largest district in the nation having the price structure identified the way that it is, especially when we're entering into a 2-year agreement. From what I could tell, we weren't getting a significant reduction in costs over what we paid last year for the site licenses.
So thank you, Ms. Brinkhorst, for the question. I'm going to try to respond as best as possible. I did negotiate this directly with the vendor, with Curriculum Associates and iReady. We had several negotiations, and we tried to replicate to some extent the model that is done by Miami-Dade. Which is another reason we went to the 2nd year, because it demonstrated additional, based on the leverage, demonstrated additional savings. The pricing in iReady could have gone up because of the fact that we were able to leverage the entire school district, and we did this model top down, which I know in the years I've been here, we've been trying to do for several years now. It allowed us to reduce the price. And I'm being told by the actual vendor that it's priced by school size, and when that's taken into consideration, though it's not billed independently by school, it's taken as a conglomerate of all the different sizes of the schools, and through that volume, we were able to leverage the price. So though it looks independently through line item, as Dr. Mancini explained, the 12,001 or under the 12,000, overall, it's the way that they broke it down, but they've leveraged the volume of the entire school district. So I'd be more than happy to, probably it's not a good explanation, to have a written follow-up, more so technically by the vendor as to how they broke down the pricing. But I can assure you that the pricing that we obtained originally was a lot more than the pricing when you break it down from what we were able to negotiate now and take advantage of the opportunity to use the CARES money as well.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I guess my final comment will be this. I understand that some of our schools were procuring this perhaps for themselves. Is that true? Previous to a district-wide contract where all It's available for all?
Yes,
That is
yes.
correct. We had both Title I as well as non-Title I schools procuring these services.
Okay, and so in as much as that would drive variance of pricing because it's not being a district negotiated price, I do understand that what you're doing here would accomplish, I would hope, and certainly that's the explanation you gave, a significant decrease over what might have been being paid if schools were negotiating it individually. I still, though, am concerned about, again, 6th largest school district in the nation. All students are going to be having access K through 8. We're buying a site license for every single one of them. And so I guess just to better understand from the vendor's point of view of why the site licenses are categorized by school site size and not based on the volume that a district would be procuring, that would be something that I would be curious about, especially when we're looking to do a 2-year agreement.
So if I just may, I'm being explained that this is the model that all districts pay, and it's the pricing structure set by Curriculum Associates. So all the schools all the school districts have the same pricing model, and that was my intent to reflect the fact that we are the 6th largest district, and I tried to gear towards the model that we had, that Miami-Dade has. And I worked also with Ms. Marte on getting information on ensuring that we were comparable in prices. So that was part of the negotiation strategy we used to make sure that we can get to that similar number. And that's why we show the reduction that we were able to obtain through the negotiations.
Okay, and so what I share with you as a board member is when we're dealing with a large organization that is reaping large benefits from an expenditure that we're making as far as choosing their products to bring into our schools, we need to look at the process that they utilize and whether or not that makes sense for us as a district. And I will tell you that unless there's a real important reason why it needs to be structured by size of school, why that pricing structure is important, other than just to be able to charge more, I have difficulty with such disparity in the site license pricing. So I'm going to leave it at that. And thank you for your responses. And if I can get a follow-up regarding some of the things that you mentioned, and if the vendor would like to provide information back to the board with regard to why their pricing structure, when an entire district is purchasing K through 8, is then based on school size, that would be beneficial to me as a school board member, and I hope my colleagues would agree. Thank you.
We'll take that back and provide the follow-up. Thank you.
So with that, Ms. Brinkworth, are you looking to defer this item for that information, or tell me where I guess what you were looking to take place now at this point with your comments?
Well, I wouldn't want to enter into a 2-year agreement without that. And I do understand that staff worked very diligently to get this to move forward and us to have the availability for it for our students, considering the fact that we are in the midst of a pandemic and delivering e-learning to our students. So I don't want to create a difficulty for our teachers and for our students and for district staff, but I am concerned, and I don't know how my colleagues feel about it, about that issue. And so if there's an appetite, or if there's, I guess first I'd ask that Mr. Gohl, if there is an opportunity, or if that creates a hardship.
I want to be very respectful in this response. I know how much the board does not want to put into an urgent situation by staff. I would say it does present a hardship. I will say that we have the opportunity to be billed separately for each of these years. I would ask that the board approve the contract today, and based on the response which Ms. Coker and the vendor provide, we look at seeing if we need to modify the contract and pricing structure if the board is displeased with the work that staff has done in order to bring this contract forward as it exists.
Okay, I mean, I understand. Again, I don't want to create a hardship, and I know that my colleagues feel the same way typically. So I'm not going to make any motions, Ms. Korn, but I would ask that the follow-up be provided, and then if there's a subsequent action that needs to be taken by the board, that such action is brought before us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I do not have anyone else listed or hands up. All those in favor of EE12, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. EE12 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on I1?
So moved, Rupert.
Second, Alda. Ms. Korn? It's
Yes.
Ms. Levinson. May I just mention one thing about that item? Could we just ask that staff get that out to every school, that this was passed? Because we have many PTAs who have been buying it on their own, who are still asking this question about it. So could we immediately get it out to the schools, letting them know that the district is purchasing it?
It will be out no later than tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you
Korn,
for
for
that.
that.
And if I just may add something too, just to that, Ms. Levinson, because I oversee the purchase orders, we have not, and we've been working with iReady to ensure that no payments have been made for the purchases that the schools are making. So those purchase requisitions have been blocked, and therefore we have not made or issued any purchase orders to them iReady, because we knew that we were looking for an approval by the board. So rest assured, we have not dispensed any money.
Thank you, Ms. Coker.
So motion and a second on I1?
So moved, Rupert.
Second, Alda.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Alhadeff. Any audience input on I1, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we received no public comment on I1.
Thank you very much. To my colleagues, I have Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. Okay. I will be quick, I hope. Obviously, looking at this and looking at the evaluation of methods and strategies, we can see where the levels have gone up in some certain areas. And what I was thinking of when I was looking at this was we're tracking enrollment, but where are we tracking success rates? I couldn't find that in here, or maybe that's just not part of what this document is. It's the Annual Educational Equity Act Plan, and I certainly understand us tracking enrollments, and we have made, had some success with doing that. But for me, it's not looking at the whole picture. It doesn't matter to me as a teacher if I have 25 kids in my class and not one of them hasn't passed. That matters to me. But having 25 kids in my class and that's all that they're there for doesn't make a difference. So I understand we have to evaluate enrollment, so access, but where in this document do we talk about the gaps for our outcomes? I think that might
Thank you, Ms. Rupert, for that question. And I see Mr. Alvarez is joining us, who's overseeing that entire report. I would just say, I believe you're on target with the statement about access in this report. And I believe that the Office of Academics each year produces a report in regards to the success and breaks it down within those different subgroups and whatnot. So that is where the report does lie in regards to what you're asking for.
Okay, silly that it wouldn't be part of the whole thing. I mean, you've been a teacher, wouldn't you want to look at access? You want to look at enrollment, but you also want to know how well did those students do when they were in there. Okay, so I guess I understand that, even though it doesn't make much sense, but that's okay. We're getting more kids access, which is what we need to be doing. I get that. All right, so then I only have just a quick couple, like I always do when it comes to gender equity in athletics. And I usually have a couple of the same schools that show up, and just want to ask, hold on. Sorry. There we go. Just wanted to ask about Blanche Ely, it's always the same answer for that as compared to Deerfield and Coconut Creek. So let's just talk about Ely for a second. All right, so we're looking and we see that they need to increase the number of female participants in the athletic department. Make sure that if there's a boys team, that there's a girls team. So in part 4D on the back, and this is the corrective action plans. We've done these. You know, we did them last year. We did it the year before, and the year before that, and the year before that. So what else can we do?
Okay,
that's my question for you.
This is Vladimir Alvarez. I'm the Director of VO and ADA Compliance. Basically, I am the one responsible for putting the packet together with my team.
Okay.
I'm going to have Sean Serra, who is the Director of Athletics, to talk a little bit about this. Every year, there is a plan that we do in order to increase the participation of female. He may have some additional information for us.
Thank
you.
I'm on as well. John Sullivan, Task Assigned Chief Portfolio Services Officer. So before I turn it over to Mr. Serra, Mr. Perez, you indicated historically we've always had issues with these areas. The problem is some of the schools don't generate the interest to have those sports in place for both boys and girls. But Mr. Serra, if you have anything to expand on that, feel free to jump in.
Sean?
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair, board members, Mr. Runcie. Ms. Rupert, outstanding question. Really appreciate the opportunity to address it. You're absolutely right. In this particular category, it comes up year in and year out. And we are working proactively with the school. I will say that Blanche Ely has done a great job. They've made some great strides. They have done some great work, not only in trying to offer additional JV sports, but they also have gone out and recruited at the middle school level. They've done some creative things on campus to generate some interest. And as you know, this particular category of the report is based on the enrollment percentage that the school has. So in some instances, and it varies by school, as you know, in some instances, it's very hard to get to that percentage because in the past years, the state gave us a 5% forgiveness. But in recent years, they say that like if you have 53% male enrollment to 47% female, that's what your athletics has to be. And it has to be at that number exactly, or you're going to be out of compliance. So for us to get to 100% of all 29 public schools is a challenge, but we are doing everything we can to stay the course and proactively get to that threshold.
And I appreciate that. I just, you know, we've seen time and time again, these schools are doing some amazing athletic things, but they're also doing amazing educational programs there as well. And sometimes you don't have enough time. If you're in the health and services, if you're going to be an RN, I understand, and the band, et cetera. I do understand that pressure. But athletics, besides being, you know, healthy, supportive, helps you work, you know, with your colleagues better, with your fellow students, but it's also a way to get scholarships as well, and to really learn how to play well together and represent the district in certain areas. So I was actually surprised that Blanche Ely doesn't have a soccer team. So for women. So I was just surprised at that. We have the male, but we don't have for female. And, you know, some of the other ones, I get it. Golf, lacrosse. Of course, you know, I don't see rugby on here, but I'm not going to moan. We'll talk about that another time. But that soccer, especially with our dynamic winning women's team, you would think, and we can talk about this another time, I don't want to take up this time, but I really would like to see soccer reaching out to our girls to be able to get them involved. I mean, soccer on the high school level is, it should be a no-brainer for that. And I do appreciate my principals and AP's efforts because it's not easy to get people. And I know they try to do it at open houses and registrations and they do the whole thing, but it just to connect somehow with some of these sports. I think we're missing the boat, but I'll chat offline with you on that and see if we can come up with partnerships, maybe with the women's team or Beckham's team down in Miami, whatever it is. I appreciate that. And I didn't see, like I usually do, and I could have missed it, is a few times we've had locker room or facilities, bathrooms / are those all taken care of now? In locker rooms for the sports. Sometimes they would be in here saying there's not an equal amount for the as there is the guys.
I'm personally unaware of any concerns when it comes to our locker rooms and practice facilities. The only area that I know that we're out of compliance is when it comes to competitive offerings when it comes to our facilities.
Okay.
So I'd have to go back and talk to Ms. Dorsett and review all the school reports. And but to my knowledge, the locker rooms and the practice facilities are up to the standard.
Well, good, because they weren't for a while, so very happy for that. Okay, and thank you so much. I hope that we can, in this time next year, we're talking about how at least we've picked off 5 more high schools and they're in compliance. So thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rupert. I have Ms. Aladef.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With the gender equity plan with the sports teams, do we have any outreach to the rec program feeder programs in the cities? Do we reach out to them?
I would say that that's an area that we could grow and get better on. We do have relationships with recreation programs depending on where they are in the county. But I would say in transparency that that's an area that we could get stronger and grow. I have Ms. Rupert's notes and I have that written down from you. We will definitely get back with the ADs and develop a plan over the next 12 months to address that, because I think that is a natural fit with regards to drawing some, not only additional female athletes, possibly some more males.
Definitely. And then also, as far as like age 11, where the 2 indicators that we're in non-compliance with, do we have the responsibility to support athletes for athletics that we might not offer at the high school? Like, for example, gymnastics. The school might not have a gymnastics team, but they're a competitive gymnast and they compete at a gymnastics facility. Are we effectively like responsible to accommodate their training and with the number of classes that they take in school?
To date, that is not the case. Based on legislation and also our relationship and involvement and membership with the FHSA, we currently only manage the sports that are offered through the FHSA, like gymnastics, ice skating. Ms. Rupert mentioned rugby. Those are, for the most part, club programs that exist in the district, but they are not affiliated with schools. It's very hard for us to align with them because there are requirements that we would need to fulfill, and then also from a litigation standpoint, we need to make sure that the kids would have a physical, they would have the proper forms and so on. So right now we are 100% within all the FHSA offerings, but anything outside we are not aligned with.
Is there any opportunity within our own school board policies to be able to focus and try to help these these athletes that are, if they're not playing rec sports, they're competitive athletes and usually excellent students, but to try to accommodate their training needs through our policy, is there opportunity that we could put in something to help address their needs?
I mean, I always believe there's a way, but as far as the FHSA at this time, I would say no. But from a county standpoint, I can work with my staff and Mr. Sullivan as our interim chief and look to see if there's any opportunity to grow and improve. But I would say that from the FHSA umbrella, that would not be possible at the time.
Okay, I just think it's important that we have fidelity and continuity across the done it at one high school, that we make sure that it's being also followed through with fidelity across all the different high schools. So there's an equal opportunity for all of our athletes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alhadeff. We have Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to my colleagues who went before and asked a couple of the questions. I'll start with Mr. Sarah since he's been answering questions. So in a lot of the responses to whether or not, the progress of last year was completed or still in progress, COVID-19 did play into some of those responses. And so I just want to make sure that there's an intentional plan for this year, given that we're going to have a modified schedule. We're going to have a different type of conditioning beginning next week, that there's a plan for targeting athletes for the sports that are listed, and especially for female athletes. And one of the things, as the parent of a female athlete, I think that we probably need to focus on, especially during this time, is what are the connections that can be made with students, because there's going to be that hesitancy. They will not have been on campus. They will not have formed the connections. I mean, I see it with my own child. They're not forming the same connections that they would form in-person class. And so how do we facilitate those connections? So I just want to understand if there's an intentional, deliberate plan with regard to that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're absolutely spot on. We recognize that this year, more than probably any other year that the school system has experienced, that we got to create opportunity and memories for these kids. COVID-19 definitely played a role in the numbers for sure. But we have a chance here to really create something special, even if it's away from the FHSA in the fall, where we can really hopefully encourage and motivate kids to get involved in athletics as a release, and then also, do something that they haven't traditionally done. And the messaging's been out there. Our team is motivated by it within the athletics and activities department. And on the weekly calls that we have with the ADs, I will put that on our next talking point to just drive that point home. Although the ADs, I will say, have been in pretty good mode and mindset right now up to this point to try to market and really encourage kids to come out. But it's very well taken as far as a point, and we will absolutely make that a priority.
Yeah, and sometimes it's just a challenge for some of those that are already involved to step outside of their comfort zone and invite some additional people that they may know might have an interest, that they might know from middle school that are coming in as freshmen, just to extend that opportunity to those additional students. So I appreciate that you're going to have a plan of action moving forward, because this, I believe, we don't want to get to the end of the year and not say that we didn't try our best, because I know that's what you all do each and every day. So I just want to make sure we have that plan in motion now. And then transitioning away totally from athletics. So Mr. Zara, you're off the hook now. On page 69, with respect to diversity and in the different levels and reflective of our student population, we are doing well in some areas, and I will say in the area of Hispanic administration and Hispanic teachers and guidance counselors to reflect more closely the demographics that we serve. I think that we're still behind in that area. So I would just hope that we have, through some of our organizations, the opportunity to really talk about how important it is for our students to see people in administration and guidance and their educators that look like them, that come from the same backgrounds as them. That's very important. And I just want to make sure that we're intentional in that area, because in the other categories, it looks like we're doing much better. And I just want to make sure that we're treating every category, making sure that that's at the forefront of every conversation that we have. And when we're looking for teachers for our classrooms, for leaders in our district, that we're encouraging people across the spectrum to take on those roles.
So this is Valerie Wanza, Chief School Performance and Accountability Officer. Good afternoon. First time addressing the board and the superintendent, the public today. Absolutely, Mrs. Brinkworth, that is certainly a constant conversation that we have not only with school leaders as they look to fill positions across the instructional support, as well as administrative vacancies. And then we too, especially when we are looking at administrative roles, particularly my office, as it relates to school principals and assistant principals. So I can tell you that it's absolutely a conversation that we continue to have about representation that reflects the demographics of our total student body here in the school district. I'm sure Mr. Strauss will add for other areas, but that is certainly, as you mentioned, with our schools as it relates to instructional and administrative positions at the school level.
Yes, Dr. Wanza, thank you for that lead in. And the same thing applies across the district for district-based vacancies, that we are always recruiting across the board in a number of different platforms. Obviously, you know, we have the LinkedIns and the social media aspects that Mr. Chisholm utilizes to get the word out and get, you know, the interests in our positions that we have available to our in our district. So we continue to try to build our diversity within our district to match that of our student population.
Right, and so I guess my only thought is that we would utilize organizations, which I know we do, but just as much as we can, leverage them, BAPSI and ALICE and those types of things, to make sure that we're really getting the word out about the opportunities that are available.
So we have a long-standing practice, Ms. Brinkworth, of engaging with our partner organizations such as BAPSI and ALICE over the years, and really even doing different kinds of, I'll say, professional development opportunities, really working exclusively around areas that when we've done analysis and we look at, and I'll just take one area, when we go to screen resumes, what seems to be an area that may be an area for growth, you know what I'm saying? So we have very intentional, even like interviewing sessions, just different types of job embedded practices for them that they can incorporate, as well as strategies to employ. So we absolutely work closely with our partner organizations like BAPSI and ALICE.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, and now moving away to the last section, which is with regard to the 3 schools that offer opportunities for treatment of pregnant and parenting students. I just wanted to say on page 81 for Charles Drew Resource Center, under number 2 in the paragraph that is the first paragraph of the answer, I'm very familiar with Seagull, not necessarily with the additional programs. So does it for moms and dads, because parenting students often at Seagull are dads?
Yes, we have the option at all 3 schools. Many of the students at Charles Drew, which they're, I guess they are under, if you will, Dave Thomas Education Center. And so the actual infants are off campus, but it is a program for moms and dads.
Okay, so in the response, it says some of the teen parents are enrolled in a self-esteem group that is utilized as a safe place to encourage and support each other and share challenges that they may face as teen moms. I just thought maybe it needed to say and dads as well, if that is what we're doing.
We can certainly make that correction.
Thank you. And then on page 88, It references Mr. Clemens' male mentor group.
Yes,
And,
ma'am.
I mean, I don't, maybe in honor of the work that he did at Siegel, it's still called that, but I just wanted to see if that was the case.
So Mr. Lee is the current principal, and I can tell you that even when I left Lanier James and he replaced me, he had a way of still paying homage and respect to his predecessors. But Mr. Lee is still very much into male mentoring, and he takes that very personally. But we will see if he decided to just keep that name because that's what it was known as, or if they have changed the name. But he certainly is very much into mentoring.
Yes, I had no doubt that the mentoring was still occurring. I just wanted to make sure that the document reflected what was currently happening. And if it's still called Mr. Clemens, then that's great. And if not, then maybe we just need to change it to whatever it's called today.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. That's the extent of my comments.
Thank you. I have Dr. Osgood.
My comment is brief. As we think about the sports, maybe it's time that we ask the students, because as we look at the different schools, different, ethnic groups are attracted to different sports. And girls right now may just have a different thought about sports and being involved in sports. Maybe it's an issue and we keep having this issue because even the policy and what they're requiring, it could be outdated as we've moved to a lot of, our county is a minority majority county. So there are opportunities for students with a lot of sports. Now students sometimes are interested in different sports. Like I personally don't care for the girls playing flag football, but a lot of them like it. So I think as we're trying to solve this problem, we cannot fail to leave the young people out. We should ask them, what would make school more attractive? Some of them are taking rigorous courses as we, increase the number of students that's taking AP and honors courses. Maybe that's a part of the equation. Ms. Rupert talked about students that are enrolled in different opportunities that we are offering now, where sports is not the only option to do something that could perhaps gain you a college entrance, a scholarship or something like that. But I think it would benefit us to have some data where we're not just guessing, because you can market and market and market, but that doesn't get us to the answers of why girls are not signing up for certain sports, why there's no interest in this sport or that sport. And even being able to share some factual data like that with the FSA. I mean, at some point, they're going to have to change. They kind of doing the same thing they've been doing forever. And the state is changing. So maybe we can look at doing some different type of work when it comes to just asking our students and getting some kind of facts from them to see, what they're interested in and what they want to have. So we're not just putting a cookie cutter option in every time. And, we have to look at things from a cultural perspective as well. All people of color don't share the same cultural norms, just like in any other ethnic group. So I think doing some school-specific inquiries with students, they can tell you pretty much why they're not attracted to this sport. And, we always talk about like coaching and opportunities, do we have, like I heard, sports mentioned like lacrosse and other things. Do we have the capacity to attract individuals that could really help our students that are interested in those areas develop their craft and develop their skills in doing those things? So I just wanted to add that. You guys know I'm an avid sports person. I love sports. Would like to see more kids overall involved in sports. So I'm always sad to see that, we need to improve participation in sports in any school. That is my comments, Ms. Corn.
Thank you, Ms. Good.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question. So when we look at the various ways that we show the percentages and we break it up between white, Black, and Hispanic, So are we saying that also within the white and black categories that Hispanic students are embedded in those numbers? Because obviously Hispanics is, you know, you can be a black Hispanic, you could be a white Hispanic. So when you look at the columns for white and black, are Hispanic students included within that category, or are they taken out of those categories?
Sean Serra, Director of Athletics and Student Activities. That's an outstanding question, Ms. Good. I got to defer that one to Mr. Alvarez because he manages the report along with Ms. Dorset.
Yeah, the Equity Act is a form or a report that we receive it, and it's specifically that way. We understand that Hispanic is not a race, it's an ethnicity. And when we request the number from student research, those are the numbers that we get.
But my question, so I understand that that's the numbers you get, but, and this happens quite a bit, and this is done quite often, you know, data pulls out Hispanic students, but I just want to make sure. So when you look at the numbers, if you're a Hispanic student, you're pulled out of being considered within the white or black category. Is that what's happening? And they're not taken into consideration under white or black.
It's basically Hispanic. No, there is no consideration white or black. I mean, the Hispanic, they put all the combination there, whether you're black or white Hispanic, that's the numbers we're getting.
Right, maybe, I get that. I would hope that that's the situation. You can be a lot of different things and be Hispanic. So, but what I'm saying is then the numbers for the other columns that says white students or black students, there's no Hispanics within those categories. They have been they have purposely not been included in those columns. That's what I'm asking.
Okay, not that I know of. We receive the numbers from student research, but as far as I know, it's black, it's white, and the Hispanic that includes black and white and other because it's an ethnicity. I need to talk to Richard Baum and find out if that is specifically what you're asking for.
Yes, I'm on it.
Okay, thank you, Richard.
My name is Richard Baum. I'm the Director of Student Assessment and Research. Yes, the numbers are mutually exclusive. So if a student is identified as Hispanic, he's not identified or she is not identified in the other subgroups. So they are mutually exclusive groups. They're not, no one's double counted.
Right. But then, you know, I can still be a black Hispanic. I can still be white Hispanic. You see what I'm saying? So then the numbers are, I get the need to know based on ethnicity, but at the same time, it also may change the outcomes of the other two columns. If you don't, because I don't, I guess I'm also a little bit troubled sometimes the way data is collected. I think it should not be this way. I think it's important to know how our Hispanic population is doing or participating, or you know what the outcomes are, but it's also important to know based on race, right? So so it's almost done in an exclusive way when I think it should be done and considered differently. Not saying that that's something that we have the census does, you know, similar thing, I believe, and other places do it as well. And I always felt that, you know, it's just not representative of our community, you know. And when you look at the various charts, you can be a black male and be also Hispanic. So it's, you know, the black male percentages wouldn't include any Hispanic black males within those categories. So how reflective is it truly? Do you know what I'm saying? So I don't know what the answer is. but it's something that bothers me, so I needed to say it, and I'm probably not doing it in a very good way, but
I believe that we're limited to the reporting format that the state provides. So that's one of the reasons why we report the data in such a consistent way. But I understand what your comments are. If you look at our demographics report, we split out. We have kind of two appendices for our benchmark report where we split out Hispanic as an ethnicity, and then we include those students in a separate appendix as in a race. So I understand what you're saying, but I think we have some limitations, and Vladimir can talk about that as to how we're reporting this specific EEO report.
well, maybe some way we should, voice a concern to the state and let them know how we feel.
And it's understood, and we're taking it very seriously. We appreciate your comment.
Just because I don't think as a student, or, if you're filling in a form, you should have to choose whether you choose to say you're a Hispanic student, or you're a Black student, or you're a white student, or, you should be able to identify with your race and then your ethnicity at the same time. And it's an important, and since we're earmarking on Hispanic Heritage Month, I thought it was an appropriate comment. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Good. So I wanted to highlight, I am actually very, very heartened by the fact that my colleagues are very focused on not only the sports programs that we're providing from an equity perspective, but the types of sports overall. Mr. Sarah, and I don't want to go down this path too far because this is not what the conversation is, but I'm asking this question because it goes to my comments. How much do we provide to each high school to support their athletic programs?
Total budget, I believe they get $15,000 for athletics and $15,000 for transportation. And then we do give them $5,000 for gender equity.
Thank you. So I'm bringing this up for one reason. I've mentioned this now several times in the past. I know I bring it up to Mr. Sarah often about how much I would like us to reconsider those dollars. I know Mr. Sarah would very much like to do so, but at the end of the day, that really falls on ourselves and Mr. Runcie to say this is a priority for us. And if you look through this document from an equity perspective, you will see that in many cases, it's those schools in lower socioeconomic areas that have less of the athletics that are available to offer at their school actually engaged with students. And so those who are in higher socioeconomic areas have resources in their communities that are supporting those programs. And so they're able to offer more of the programs. So at the end of the day, if we as a board, I believe, really want to ensure that we have the most equity available, we have to support our high school programs and even our middle school programs to a greater extent, which doesn't get us bankrupt. And this is, I know, not the time to be spending money, but I will tell you, when we talk about the things that make school important, not education, but school, and that's where they get that education, it is these extracurricular types of activities like sports. And so when we give a total budget of potentially $35,000 in this massive area that impacts so many of our students and drives them to their future, it is hard for me to understand that this is the dollar value that we put to it in our budget. And with that said, I would love to see more equity across the board in which sports are being actually played at each of our schools. Because yes, there's a question of demand, to Dr. Osgood's point, but there's also a question as to how much can the school support, knowing that they, in many cases, some schools have a much greater burden to pay the full bill than at other schools where they have community members, families, and so forth, who are paying for a lot of those expenses so that those teams not only can be successful, but can even exist. So
Madam
to that
Chair?
point, yes, Ms. Marte.
Good afternoon. Your point, Madam Chair, is well taken. In the 1920 budget cycle, the board brought up exactly that point. And in addition to the dollars Mr. Sarah outlined for you, there is $100,000 that was added to the budget that is in a central account to support teams that need support going on to championships with transportation and supplies and services. Schools availed themselves of that dollars during the 1920 school year, and those dollars are included in this year's budget at the board's direction as well, Madam Chair. I just wanted to be very clear that the board has outlined that to Mr. Runcie and myself in the 1920 budget cycle, and the $100,000 was added to the budget, and I certainly acknowledge that we'll continue to look for more ways to add dollars, but the board did get us to add money last year.
And I recall that, Ms. Marte. I'm glad that you brought that up because it is something that I know was an initiative, and it was, like my colleagues have voiced today, there is not only a desire, but a willingness to put money in that area. I bring this up because I think there is still more that this board should be doing in this area, directly to the schools in that budget that we give them. So I'm going to leave it there because I don't want to make this a budget conversation. But I guess what I'm sharing is that I'm excited that we are looking at this from so many aspects, and certainly from an equality aspect and from an equity aspect. I think we can do a great deal with just even a small amount of funds in this area that we are able to share across the board. And as we continue to talk about budgets, I'd just like that to be something that we do. And this, I think, really tells a story. If you look at these numbers and the numbers of different sports that are available at the different schools, the story is, again, these numbers tell a story. So very encouraged that my colleagues all spoke as strongly as they did about this, and look forward to be able to bring this up in the future and give Mr. Sarah's department an opportunity to support our schools even more directly. With that said, I do not see any further additional hands up. So all those in favor of I-1, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. It passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on J1?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Freeport, second by Dr. Osgood. Any audience input, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we have no audience input for item J1.
Thank you, Mr. Moquin. I do have my colleagues, though, that would like to speak to it, so we will start with Ms. Bartleman.
I just wanted to know how much this will delay it by rejecting the bids and some more follow-up information on it. Are they here?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Frank Girardi, Executive Director, Capital Program. We've talked to procurement. Everything's prepared to go out immediately. And in the past, when we had rejected another bid, it usually took 2 to 3 months to get it back with the new bid and to the board.
Okay.
That's going out immediately as soon as you approve the rejection.
And you're rejecting this one because we couldn't come to an agreement?
No. I'll go with that. No, it's not. It's actually the rejection. It was a hard bid.
Oh, it was hard. Okay.
It was a hard bid, and I'll fill some information and then I'll pass it off to Kathleen and Danny. They could fill in the gaps. Actually, it's a little embarrassing. It's because the wrong drawings were used in the bid.
That's my question.
So, and I'll sit here and say it's embarrassing that the wrong ones got uploaded, and I will let Danny go ahead and Kathleen from AECOM fill in any additional information.
Who uploads the bids, the drawings? Who's responsible for that?
Procurement uploads them into eBuilder. So it's no one's real, I'm talking for them, but I'm going to keep talking. It's really no one person's fault. Yes, procurement uploaded the wrong documents, but the project manager and architect should have been then looking at it to make sure the correct ones were done. So it's not one group's issue. It was just a group. And yes, it is embarrassing that the wrong ones went out, and we're fixing it now.
I appreciate your honesty. I've done embarrassing stuff myself, so okay. So they have
something to say.
just a problem because this needs to happen, and you need to just have something in place, a check and balance system.
Well, I don't want to, maybe some good things come out of bad. This bid was done pre-COVID. And to make it correct, there would have been a very large change order. That's why we want to reject and go back out. We could get a better price and actually have it come in at the same cost with the new drawings.
Got it.
So there's something good come out of it, maybe.
Okay. All right. So they want to add anything? Why they didn't catch it? Anything?
It was just a mistake between the entire team. The project manager and the designer should have caught it before it was bid. We did not. We noticed it before we'd issued the NTP. We worked very closely with Atkins procurement and the design team to evaluate the cost impact of the drawings that did not get uploaded. And we're looking at somewhere around a $200,000 plus or minus change order to correct it. We think once you've awarded the contract and you started the negotiations, that number can go up significantly. We're recommending that we reject them and rebid them. This was bid right before the COVID-19 impact. There were two bidders, and they were both, they were over the Atkins estimate. So we think by putting it back out on the streets, that will entice more bidders to chase the work. As we've seen over the last several months, we have seen an increased participation in numbers of bidders on the majority of the projects, but this was one that we only had two bidders originally.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And now I have Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. My question was just answered. Thanks.
Okay. I see Ms. Francis, your hand is up. Is there something you needed to share based on Ms. Bartleman's comments?
Yes,
your hand is down. Okay. So with that, all in favor of J1, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. J1 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on JJ1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11.
So move.
Second, Brinkworth.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Brinkworth. Audience input on JJ1 through 11. Mr. Moquin.
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on items JJ1 through JJ11.
I noticed you had a little more spirit in that, knowing how many we were talking about at one time. So, so to my colleagues, the only one that I have noted questions on, but certainly we can speak to any of them, they're all on the floor, is JJ3, Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. I hope that, oh, there you still are. I'm like, I hope Frank, Danny, and everybody's in there. Being that it's my wonderful Markham, I wanted to see how this would affect the roof and how we're doing on that, because to kind of remind my colleagues, like some schools in your areas, this was a later school to be done, but the roof decided it couldn't wait, so we as a board pushed it up. So Frank, what's the 411 on this?
Well, the 411 is, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Danny, who's got the details, and Kathleen, if she's got that also. But once this is awarded, then the contractor will go in for his roofing permit. And Danny may know who that roofer is, because that'll have a lot to do on how quick we get the permit. So I'm going to turn it over to Danny, and if I need to, I'll help also.
Thank you. Hey, Danny.
Hey there, Danny Jardine, CBRE here. Pleasure seeing everybody this afternoon. As you know, this project, we terminated the CM at risk contract back earlier this spring. We rebundled it into a ITB hard bid versus a CMAR. We had very good bidders on this project. Again, it was numerous bidders. The difference between the first bid and the second bid were about 12% different. We feel very confident and good about this guy. He's got other projects with the district right now. is, this is one of those multiple building projects where the original intent is to get out and start addressing the ancillary buildings, buildings 2, 3, 4, 5, 78. Building 1 is the main classroom building, and that's a summer project. We're doing a lot of roofing, a lot of heating and air conditioning. The chiller replacement is a summer 21 project. So there's a logical thought process that has been developed now that we'll just get with Mr. Duke and the Principal Duke and the contractor to logistically work out, do we do building 3 first or building 4? We have to have a couple of classrooms of swing space to be able to allow us to move the students between the 2 buildings. But roofing is, we know we got to jump on this. As soon as the contract award is made, we can now start having conversations with the general and find out who his subcontractors are, and we can encourage. We're not only going to encourage them, we're going to make them get started on the roof permit process immediately. We've all seen some of the challenges that we faced, and we're going to help them be successful on the roofing portion of this. It's a 17-month duration project, so we'll be wrapping up the project sometime in the spring of 2022.
Okay.
Let me add one other thing. We brought back. We were working with a contractor, the CBAR, on the original GMP. When we made the decision to swap this and we bid it, we saved about $2 million. The low bid award we're making a recommendation for was $5,288,026, and the proposed GMP we had previously was close to $7.5 million. So it's a huge savings for the school district.
Okay, thank you for that. I think I misunderstood what you said about when the roof would be fixed. Did you say that was summer 21?
What I was trying to say is we're going to get started on roofing for the first building we get into, whether it's building 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7. So when we start that building, we're going to address the roof scope, we'll address the fire alarm, we'll include the heating and air conditioning, we'll address all the components of that building. When we jump into, and I think you have multiple bad roofs out there.
Yes, yes, which is, why I'm asking about this. And refresh my memory, I couldn't find it. When we as a board, when I was out there and I brought the pictures and then came to the board meeting, and the board members, everyone agreed, superintendent, that we were going to be moving up the roofs. It's got to have been at least 2 years, and that was to move us to the earlier time frame. And Danny, I don't mean to be disrespectful at all, and I hope this doesn't come off that way, but I just can't understand why it takes so long, even when you fast track something. It's just unbelievable. And still, we've got things growing out of the roofs. We've got drippage. We've got, and it seems to fall, and I'm just going to say it, and some of my lower socioeconomic neighborhoods, we got to do better. We have got to do better than this. So I would like to have a better handle on when this is going to be done. And I do know, Danny, I'm not sure when the departure point is there, but the Pompano community would like to have a meeting about the progress of their school. So just kind of throwing that out there. And just to say that, we just need to do this better, period. So thank you. I appreciate all your guys' work. And I'm not, I don't mean I'm bad-mouthing you. It's not coming off that way, I hope. It's just frustration that even when we as a board direct things to happen and move dates up, it still doesn't happen that right way. So I don't know anything to say. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Thank you. I don't have any other hands up or those who have asked to comment. So all those in favor of JJ1 through JJ11, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. JJ1 through JJ11 passed unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on LL1?
So moved. Brinkworth.
Moved by Ms. Brinkworth, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on LL1, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, there's no audience input on LL1, and I just want to remind the board that we're asking you to vote no on this item.
Thank you very much. So this is the item that we are to vote down. And again, the way we vote down is to say no as the item is voted on. Thanks, Mr. Moquin. So all of those, oh, is there any comment? I didn't have any comments on it, but it was pulled just because we were speaking to it, obviously, because it's a vote down. Seeing no comments, all those in favor of LL1, please indicate by saying aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
Okay, it is a unanimous no, so the item is voted down. If, Mr. Moquin, you can check my math on this, but I think we have disposed of all the items.
Yes, Madam Chair, my notes reflect that we have disposed of the entire agenda.
Okay, fantastic. And again, I know we've discussed this now a couple of times, but the portal is open on www.browardschools.com for our critical conversation for next week so that the public can share their views on what the reopening plan looks like, as this obviously impacts our entire community. At this time, before we reset or before we adjourn, did any of my colleagues have anything specific that they would like to bring up for further consideration?
Ms. Korn, I do.
I have Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to ask again for Mr. Runcie and staff to really work with College Board to make sure that communications are clear to our students with regard to whether or not administrations of SAT and also ACT are moving forward at particular locations. There is a lot of anxiety and stress in our students, in our parents, and even in our brace advisors about this. And so there's still, I know we've talked about it before, but there's still a gap in the communication. And like, for instance, I think the night before the administration that was going to happen this past weekend, some of the students still hadn't been notified that it wasn't occurring at their location. So if you could just work, Mr. Runcie and staff, with College Board to really improve that, that would be greatly appreciated. It's something that I've heard, and I think my colleagues probably have as well, from the community at large. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Ms. Al-Hadaf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's important that we extend the deadline for teachers to turn in their surveys to September 23rd after our school board workshop. I think it's extremely important to give teachers the respect to hear our plan and to hear the board's questions from being answered during that workshop, and that so that they can make a fully informed decision. So I would like to ask for the support of my colleagues to give direction to Mr. Runcie to extend the survey deadline to September 23rd.
Okay, so I'm not opening this for conversation at the moment. This was not for us to be bringing items forward that we were then going to be considering, because it is not an agenda item. So this isn't something that, yes, obviously, in terms of looking to see if our colleagues are supporting a request, but I think Mr. Runcie, if you can just speak to this so that there's an awareness as to why this is being brought forth as it is, and then obviously, it's not something we're going to have an in-depth. It's a matter of whether or not people support what she's asking. But Mr. Runcie, could you just give a little bit of backup in terms of why this is taking place?
Sure, and I'll ask Dr. Wanza to chime in as well. But, you know, we need to be able to plan for the reopening, right? And so we need sufficient time to determine what our capacity is going to be in terms of our teaching force that's available. Trying to do that at such a late point in the game is going to be problematic. Excuse me, problematic for us to open early in October.
And Mr. Runcie, if you could just clarify, please, If a teacher does not indicate that they are taking leave on this, but after the reopening plan is discussed, they choose to, they have that right, correct?
Yes, we always can make some adjustments based on that. And today, again, we've sent information out to all of the employees, teachers included. We sent the final detailed reopening plan that we discussed. It's, I don't know, maybe a couple hundred pages or so. We've also provided the policy on mask wearing. That's a crucial component. So we're providing folks with the information they need. And, you know, we just need to get a sense of where we are so we can plan appropriately.
The only other thing I would add to that, sir, good afternoon again, Valerie Wanza, Chief School Performance and Accountability Officer, is that this affords us an opportunity to at least bring some data to the board that will that may or may not play into the discussion and the conversation during Tuesday's workshop. So that is why the Friday date was determined.
Okay,
I'm
thank
sorry.
you.
Did Dr. Wanza repeat that? It was cut out.
I'm sorry.
So part of the thinking was we wanted to be able to come to the workshop on the 22nd and have data, have that data prepared and ready for the conversation. Because I think it's going to be important as we think about options, how we move forward, what our capacity is to deliver whatever strategy that we move forward on.
Thank you very much. So I don't know if there's a general consensus to make the request that Ms. Olive has made, Ms. Bartleman. Again, guys, we are not going into a full conversation on reopening at this point. Okay, so it's on to this point, please, Ms. Bartleman.
I am not going to go into reopening or not reopening. I'm going to go into the poor communication that has occurred with our staff. Our teachers feel sucker punched.
Ms. Bartleman, this is not, wait, stop, just one second. I am going to let you continue, but I'm going to tell you, this is not the time to have a soapbox. This is the time to address what Ms. Aladef is asking. If you would like to ask for other direction, but this is not the time to just openly start to complain, honestly.
Donna,
we can do that at the reopening conversation.
Say something. I didn't know about the survey until teachers started texting me. So if this is the time to talk about it as a board member,
it isn't.
When
it
is it then?
Not.
Because
the
there is misinformation rampant out there. People don't think we're going to be providing PPE devices. There is so much misinformation out there. Parents are frustrated now. Teachers are frustrated. We have to get ahead of this. We can't sit here silently and wait till next Tuesday. This announcement should have been made after the meeting on Tuesday if this was going to occur, not today. If you monitor any social media or have gotten the hundreds of emails or the phone calls, the community is like confused and in an uproar, and our teachers are aggravated and have no idea what's going on.
So Ms. Bartleman, to that point, if you could just speak to Mr. Runcie and to your colleagues about what you would like us to do. That's what I'm asking we have the conversation about.
What I would like to have done is I don't mind waiting on the survey, number one, because they have no idea what they're agreeing to do. Number two, now that we have announced that we're opening without even board discussion, which I don't even know how we're opening. Is it going to be phased? Is it going to be everybody? You have to get ahead.
Ms. Korn, point of order, please. I would like Ms. Myrick to chime in about a point of order here. This is not on the agenda for today.
Yeah, and I'm not going to take these digs. I'm not for us.
Ms. Myrick?
I can speak for myself.
So, okay, everyone stop for a second.
Ms. Myrick.
There's been a point of order, and I need Ms. Myrick to respond to the point of order, then we can come back. Ms. Myrick?
Yeah, I believe
I'm trying to bring this so that this is not now an open conversation, because these are not topics that were brought forward that were going to be discussed on the agenda, but can you please speak to how far this conversation can go?
I think the board members should just say they agree with extending it or they don't agree, and it should end at that point and have no further discussion, because this is not an agenda item and this is not a workshop.
Okay, so
Ms. Bartleman?
I am not, I agree, but I want to ask for Mr. Runcie to monitor the misinformation out there and please try to get ahead of it.
Ask for a point of order.
Okay, so this is, so Ms. Aladef specifically asked, Ms. Aladef, please correct me if I misrepresent, was asking that the survey for the teachers be delayed until after the reopening. Was that the specific request?
Until September 23rd, after our school board
After,
workshop,
right.
on the 22nd.
Got it. Okay. So Ms. Bartleman, you're asking that you're agreeing with that, or you're disagreeing with
No,
that?
I'm agreeing, and I'm not speaking to the merits of opening or not opening. I'm just saying we need to communicate better at this point because
Okay.
it's chaos out there.
Understood. Thank you. Are there others who concur and would like this to be postponed?
No. Ms. Murray.
Okay, thank you. So I don't actually need a vote per se. What I need is for the majority of the board to give direction to to the superintendent to behave. Otherwise, Ms. Good?
You got me right.
Yes, I have, yes, but I was just calling on Ms. Good.
So I tried to write down my notes so I'd stay concise. Thank you, Ms. Halhada, for bringing up the point. I concur. I believe that allowing the survey to take place the day after conversations by the board on reopening will make some sense. But I understand again what Mr. Runcie, just very quick, what Mr. Runcie was saying, just on the need to do this survey ahead of time. But I think a lot of individuals won't know which way to conduct the survey without a conversation. So I get the conflict and I appreciate her bringing this up and I support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, guys, we're not looking for votes per se. I'm just looking if there's a consensus for or not. And so, Ms. Rupert, did you want to share something?
I just said yes, I agree, yes.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Runcie, outside of, so outside of, I'm sorry?
So.
Oh, I don't see any other hands up. Oh, there, I'm sorry, Ms. Murray, yes.
I received those phone calls too yesterday, and I was concerned exactly how the information spread so rapidly. But a survey is not a contract, and for the superintendent and staff to be able to present information to us at our workshop, it's, to me, we need that evidence of how many people we anticipate that's going to be in the classroom or how many are not going to be in the classroom. How are we going to be able to manage the open of the school if we don't know what staff we have to operate? So I think it makes no sense.
That's
This
precisely
is not
right.
a contract, it's a survey.
If I can, Mr. Runcie, I think the point has been made that it's critically important that there's communication, very clear communication as to the purpose of this survey and the commitment being made by a teacher when they give you their direction, and that they have the right to change that going forward if we are going to continue keeping this as an open survey now. But before you speak, Dr. Osgood.
Thank you. And I appreciate Ms. Alexander bringing this forward. And I see it from both perspectives. I, as a board member, would feel more comfortable hearing the preferences of our staff, not just teachers, overall staff. Because if we don't have human capital to open schools, that's a very different conversation that we would need to have. And I heard it mentioned earlier about being valued. So asking for their input and making a decision after that input is better for me. To make a decision and then do the survey, it could give a different notation like, well, why bother with the survey? So it's kind of a catch-22, but I would prefer to have the survey data first.
Okay, Ms. Good?
Yes, I don't know how good this is going to go, but I feel important to just make a quick comment. Mr. Runcie made a point regarding a date, a targeted date, and I just want to understand, Mr. Runcie, was that date something you are contemplating, or you're basing it on whatever conversations we have on the 22nd? Right, I need to understand that as a board member.
Yeah, so it's exactly what I said. On the 22nd, I'm going to recommend to this board for consideration that we start reopening schools on October 5th. That determination is going to be made by the board at the meeting. Those are my exact words that I have, and that's what I gave out. I didn't say that we're absolutely going to do that. It's a recommendation, and we need to have some type of target date that we're moving towards. We can't come to the workshop with no idea of when that would be, because staff has to plan. There's a lot of logistics that we have to put in place in order to be able to execute that.
And I understand, and thank you, Madam Chair. I just, again, it's
here's
a target, but it's a conversation that we're going to have on the 22nd. Depending on what happens that day and the input that we receive and the information that we receive, we will have a greater conversation about what it looks like moving forward.
So what I could say is this: we need to continue to collect this information. We can extend the deadline to respond until Wednesday after the school board meeting, but I still want to try to get as much information as we can between now and the 22nd. So I don't want to postpone the survey that's out there. I think the better strategy is to extend the deadline for the survey to the Wednesday, which is after the school board meeting.
And that makes sense. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. I know we're all hearing kind of this transpire, which was certainly a worthwhile conversation. Ms. Audit, thank you for bringing it forward. Hands are going down, but I do see Ms. Brinkworth's hand up. Ms. Brinkworth?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe that getting the information is important so that we can have a conversation on Tuesday, an informed conversation. But I do want to make sure that what you said, Madam Chair, is what is the intent of the superintendent, that anything that would be determined by a teacher in the survey delivering an answer prior to the end of the day on Friday wouldn't necessarily be binding for them moving forward, because they could hear information on Tuesday that might play into their decision. So I just wanted to hear from the superintendent that what you iterated, Ms. Korn, is in fact what his intention is. I do believe we do need to have information as a board and able to make a decision.
Yeah. So Ms. Brinkworth, you are correct. That's the intent, and that's what the plan is. If we extend it to Wednesday, which I'm going to recommend to staff that we do, but again, we need to try to collect as much information as we can so that we can have the most informed conversation possible on the 22nd.
Thank you very much. I think it was a very fruitful conversation. With that, is there Ms. Bartleman?
Because I hadn't had a conversation with Mr. Runcie, and he said that it was going to be proposed. I would hope that Ms. Koch could get the actual statement out to the media, because they're not reporting it that way. And that's not your fault, because what you said is what you said.
She has a recording of the statement that I provided, and so she has provided that to the media already. I can't control what folks decide they want to write in the media. You should know this by now. So
I'm just asking you, can you reiterate that point?
We've done that already. That's our practice. We actually provide the video to the media, so there's no question about what is said.
Okay, I appreciate that.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, so on that, I think that's a positive note to end on. Oh, Ms. Rupert?
Yeah, I'm sorry, just a question. So Mr. Runcie then would be looking for our direction on the 22nd, because we won't be able to do a vote until the next board meeting. So just your direction.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, I think a direction is enough. I mean, there's probably some more details in terms of how we would roll out the reopening, and we need to have board conversation. A lot of this we've talked about before, but we're at that point now. I think it's just appropriate for us to revisit some of those things to make sure that we're comfortable. And again, just to be clear, we're not going to have a perfect situation ever to just reopen schools, but we need to do the very best that we can. And then parents and others and staff can make decisions based on what we've discussed.
Okay, no, thanks. I just needed to know that if there was going to be if you were going to try to do a special school board meeting on, another day or something. So, okay, I understand direction, conversation, and you're extending the deadline. I got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you all. Dr. Osgood, is your hand up?
My hand is up. On the 22nd, when we have this discussion, will we have those medical professionals talk to us again? They were very informative. The last time you brought them, Dr. Thatchy and all of them, I would be very interested in their perspective about where we are right now.
I'll try. I can't guarantee that, but what we do have now, something that we didn't have normally, now we get daily reports from Dr. Thatchy's office on the metrics that we need to follow. So those are the drivers that we said we would use to open, right? And so they've moved now into the range where we should consider reopening. And, you know, to be consistent and true to our word, to our community, to our parents and students, we're at a point where we need to consider that. And so we're going to have the conversation on 22nd, review the elements of the reopening plan. Any additional data that we can get on teachers and staff, we'll provide that as well. And then, you know, we'll decide how we move forward from there with the recommendation is going to be for the first week in October.
I would just ask Mr. Runcie that whatever those reports are on that day, that they be a part of the presentation fully to explain what they're saying with the numbers, just so that it's documented on record.
Now, which reports are you referring to?
You're saying the updates that you get from Dr. Thatcher, you get those updates? Yeah.
We will have those. We actually get those daily from her.
Right. Okay.
Yep. Today's 2.8%, by the way, and the day before was 2.6.
That's great. Thank you, Mr. Runcie. With that, seeing no additional business before the board, I now adjourn the meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cohen.